I really need to come up with the a proper way to start a stream. But anyway, hello everybody that decided to join me today. Um, hmm, well, I'm here. Between last week and this week, I did a lot of eidolon farming, and they actually added in the quests that give you your eidolon keys that you were supposed to get before the uh, the main starter eidolons. So I have plenty of new companions to join us today, and I'm very excited about that. I also messed around a little bit with the audio, so let me know if there's any issues with the way that it sounds. But I think to start off, it's about time that we got our hands on some new eidolons. Of course, we're going to start with Gigas. Yay! Oh, it's been so sad only having two. I actually did manage to farm a Gigas key, and then they added in the quests to bring him back, so. Next, we have Alias. Alias has a cleanse along with his heal, and he has move speed stars if you activate them, but I think we'll be holding off on that for a while. And let's just take them out of there. So we can summon the next one, which is Sigrun. That's the Eidolon from the main starting cutscene. Oh, I got the glitch. Next is Azuriel, who is not a bad DPS Eidolon if you've got no other options. Next is Kelkulan, whose name I don't know how to pronounce, but he's really, really big. I actually really like Kelkulan because he's got crit damage reduction stars, which can be very helpful if you're struggling, especially in PvP when you're a noob that doesn't know what you're doing, like I was. Next, we have Zahir, who I was able to farm in the Infernal Abyss by running it a couple more times. And finally, Healer Extraordinaire Kotonoha. So, just like that, we now have 7 new Eidolons on the account. All of them basically completely useless until I start giving them some supplies. Except Kotonoha, who is perfectly useful immediately because this demonic enchantment is amazing. She is healer extraordinaire, and I honestly strongly recommend that any new players that are struggling gets their hands on a Kotonoha. Let's look at her. She's wonderful. Yes, we all love Kotonoha. Anyway, I just noticed I have an issue with the sound that the music isn't actually on. Oh, there we go. That'll be it. Alrighty, so right back into the quest. As you can see, we've almost basically leveled up. And so, as per the description, my big goal for today is I want to hit level 90, and then I want to start doing stuff to prepare for awakening. So one of the things I thought we needed was going to be a bunch of accuracy. So I got my hands on a Lava Lord axe with accuracy on it. That cost me 100G, which was probably not worth it, but oh well. And the other thing I'm concerned about is pen. That's going to be the big one, I think. These guys don't like mustard, huh? Mustard is my favorite condiment. Oh shoot, while we're running quests, we should be using the proof of missions. And we're running for 4 hours today, so I'll take 4. What's one? Oh, hi. Am I reading that wrong? The chat is really far on the other screen. I should honestly find a way to move it closer so that I can actually see what's going on. Oh, oh, one of the other things I did while we were on between streams, I guess you could say, was I did a whole bunch of oddities and conversations so that I could get some bonus stats. It's still not very much, but it's not gonna hurt. And again, I was messing with my audio settings, so if there's significant reduction in quality, please let me know. I'm trying to get more of the like keyboard sounds out of it because I think that was bothering me in the previous streams quite a bit. Oh, that's great. A certain someone was distracting me in the Discord, so I didn't get to do as long of an audio check as I was planning. Of course, the other problem was that I was uploading the Vo tutorial video that I was working on all morning, so hopefully that can finish processing while we're doing the stream. Hey, what else was I gonna put on my desk? To be honest, I actually was planning on putting another sticker on my desk today, but I got distracted and I didn't actually add anything, so I just added a third cup of coffee. Next time I'll add even more stickers, though. But if you say so, I suppose I could add another one. One more coffee. That's a espresso, right? That's an espresso doppio or whatever. Just give it a little lock. Adding a whole other layer of clothes is probably a completely different story from adding an extra coffee cup. I'm not that good at this program yet. Hey, look, he's got my axe. Hey there. I saw someone said hi. Abram V. If you're just tuning in, you missed the mass eidolon summoning since we've got some new friends. But I'm super happy that they added those quests back in, the ones at Crescent Hill and what's the other map? Demarek Mines. I was actually really disappointed by the fact that I wasn't able to get those eidolons because it basically stops you from doing Eidolon Chronicle as well. So I did level up Shirayuki and Grim so that I could do a bunch of Eidolon Chronicle. And I suppose I should continue doing that. This one here, because it gives you free Eidolon stuff. But It's basically impossible to do this with only the first two eidolons, Shirayuki and your starter. You know how when you go through Crescent Hill, you go to the blue crystal and you get the Sigrun, or sorry, the Gigas key? Those were taken out for a while for some reason, and I don't know why. Especially since they already made it so you can't sell those keys for eidolon coins, because they really, really buffed the eidolon coin store. I was very confused as to why they took out the quests that give you Gigas and Sigrun free. But they added them back in, so I guess even they recognized that that was a mistake. And that was actually this morning. Yeah, but they've only been missing for like a month. They were there before, and they're back now. So anyone that missed them should have them in their quest log ready to accept. Oh, the Eidolon coin store! If you go to Navia, right by the PvP NPCs, there's a store where you can sell unneeded fragments to buy various Eidolon equipment or gear and stuff. And one of the things that they added to that store is the Eidolon wishing coins. So if you could just farm up new characters to get Eidolon wishing coins, it'd be really easy to max out all of the Eidolon wishes. I gotta say, I really love that they added those, because that means that you can, especially if you're in later game, you can easily just sell off a whole bunch of old fragments for Eidolons you don't need and trade them for things that you do need, like skipping the last wish if you don't want to get 5 more fragments of a rare Eidolon. Yeah, probably should not have been trashing all the old ones. Or are we gonna get into an argument about how to pronounce this main city's name? I think not. It's Navia, and no one's changing my mind. Navia. Who would even say that? Hey, Niza, I was missing my bread. Thank you. Yeah, if you wanted to skip archaeology, it's also a good way of doing that, because archaeology is certainly a grind. Especially the orange items, those ones take forever. Lagia. I thought people called it Lagvia. You skip the V, so even you're pronouncing it wrong. I know an eidolon. Eidolon is how they pronounce it in one of the cutscenes, I think, but that person has a British accent and I'm not British. So, in Canadian English, it's eidolon and Navia. If you're gonna say I'm saying Kotonoha wrong. Hey, look, it's the guy with my axe again. It's clearly potato. Gosh. This is gonna be the nitpick my pronunciation stream. It's a good axe. I'm glad it's cheap. I guess I killed everything but the one I needed to. Oh, right, because I also switched my gear for a, or my skills for... I know I overpaid, but it was the only one available, and I wanted it with accuracy, and it's fine. New players are going to spend their gold on random stuff that's not very good all the time. It just happens. I'm a new player, remember? Alrighty. Read so fast? Oh boy, if you think I read fast, wait until you get to the video that's going to be up later today for Vo. On floor 4, I really went all out to try and say everything as fast as possible while it was happening on screen. I added subtitles because it was just so fast I was concerned people wouldn't even know what I was saying. So the outfit I bought off another player in the auction house. I think it was 20G. I got the bunny in the event that ended yesterday, and the glasses, I was trying to buy them off another player, but they sent them to me for free. They didn't know who I was, I think. And then the axe I bought for 100G, and as Plinko says, I probably overpaid. The mount was the free mount that you get in the leveling up packs. It's the Envoy Cube. You get a free mount, so this was the random mount that I got. I actually got a costume for an achievement while I was doing stuff in between of the streams. I got the sniper set, which is basically the same thing but purple. But I thought that, I mean, it's not the same, but it's pretty similar. So I thought that the red would go better with my axe. Oi. I forgot that there were some achievements that had costumes. I might have to look into them to see whether or not there's any other ones that I want to grind. I'm just so tempted to use 100,000 of those dragon points to pick up the archaeology costume so that my character can match my, here. Costume. So they added the profession costumes to dragon points, and there's just part of me that really wants to get this one so that we match. But, you know. The card set? This is a really cute costume, too, the card dueling costume. But I feel like I'd want to dye it red. I mean, I'd want to dye anything red. Just goes with the vibe of my character. But I also know that I need to get enchantments for some pen when we get to 90. Oh, that's why. Explosion. The hat also costs 100,000, so I'm not going to be getting both the hat and the card dueling costume, because what I really, 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 really need are the enchantments. So, under equipment enchants, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you can get basic, intermediate, and advanced enchantments, which are going to be the important thing to get for my pen. Oh yeah, that was actually added recently. The cooking one is available for you to buy. But anyway, I want to use my dragon points on these. But yeah, the cooking ones are all the way at the very bottom here. All you need is 100,000 dragon points. The exception to that is if you're getting the fishing costume, you need angler's doubloons, which aren't too hard to farm if you can get like the Triatio Fish King because you can catch them really quickly. Yeah. Yeah, it's really good that they added the 90s enchants, because you actually get a set of free 70s or 80s enchants, I believe, but you're going to need the pen as much as possible when you're going into Awakening. So the advanced 90 take gold dragon points, and I'm not sure how much of those I'm going to have. Where are they? Equipment enchant, level 90. These ones take 60,000 gold dragon points, and that's just not going to be viable. I need to focus on getting other gear with my gold dragon points. So I'm probably just going to go for the basic ones. And that's going to take some regular dragon points, which means... I know it's tempting to use books. Oh, I guess it's true that some people might put in the low-level enchant, or the level 90 enchants for pretty low prices. I don't need the best, I just need to make sure that I've got enough pen. So, again, I think the two things that are going to be the big issue, and I've said this basically every single time, are my accuracy, which, no, that's fun, and pen. Yeah. The way that they reduced the amount of monsters you need to kill often leaves me killing way too many. Good luck, Lally, and bring me some potatoes. And, no, I haven't opened up the pack where I would get my Lord's Wrath yet. I just love watching it bounce. As for how long Awaken is going to take, I don't know. It's really going to depend on how high I can get my pen. Obviously, if it's taking a ridiculous amount of time, I'm probably going to have to stop and get more gear. Yeah, they did adjust how many monsters everything takes to kill, but they've also adjusted the rewards. As you can see, I'm getting accessory fortifications. That's new as of September. And come on, Plinko, we all know that's not true. You guys wouldn't even believe what Plinko sent me this morning. Like, every morning I wake up not knowing whether or not I'm gonna wake up to memes of coffee, or if someone's gonna have DM'd me a whole bunch of crap about how my favorite ship is terrible. So, we're actually gonna be out of move speed buffs by next week. I wonder if it would be reasonable to say I'm hoping to awaken next week. Probably, right? We'll see how far 4 hours gets us today. Well, I mean, they changed a lot of things, and that's one of the main reasons why I decided to do this. Like, if you're just starting now, and I don't know if you had characters already started or if they were, like, in progress, but if you're just starting now, you'll get a set of the intermediate aura, or advanced, sorry, the advanced aura set, which levels up with you to 75. So a lot of people keep telling new players to use this, but if you do, it's basically impossible to cap your speed. And I know I'm missing gear, but I couldn't cap my speed no matter what I did. So that's one of the reasons why I switched over to the sniper set, is because it has speed on it, so you can easily cap your speed, and that's one of the most important things for how comfortable it is to play. But you know, if you're joining a carry in a dungeon, having that aura set on the second gear tab is helpful, because if you're not going to actually be running, you can get extra experience out of it by just swapping gear tab. That's another thing I used to have on, but I keep accidentally forgetting to turn back on every time I reset, is the gear tab switcher. Oh, you're trying Stellar Sphere, I see. I really like Stellar Sphere. How are you doing with it? Ah, there you are. I suppose I should pull out Grim. So another thing I did was I got Grim's first star active so that my Flame Slash can do more damage. Yeah, it is true that they made all the skills really complicated, especially that awakening with the star thing where you release the star effects. I haven't made any specific guides for any classes, but if I was going to, I think I'd start with the Stellar Sphere. Yeah, some other people were saying that, but if you start saying that you can't have the same class as any other game, then I don't know, it's basically every other class is out too, right? To be honest, I picked Rav because nobody considers it to be the absolute best class in the game. Plus, Fire Bounce. I'm addicted to Fire Bounce, and if you were to go through all of the VODs, I think you could put together a supercut of every time I talk about how much I love Fire Bounce, and it would be too long to really be considered a supercut. I'm not sure about crafting at level 90, because I'm missing a very important resource to do that. Oh shoot, my cursor isn't visible, is it? I usually have the cursor off because when I'm recording video for like taking thumbnails, I always forget it. Ronin, huh? They got buffed in the last patch too. I still play mine as Storm, even though I know it's not really the recommended anymore. It seems like they really want you to go physical. Yeah, I was trying to hover over the gold, but like I said, my cursor's not on. Can I turn it on right now? No, not that. Properties, capture cursor. There you go. Now you can see my mouse move around. But yeah, I'm missing a lot. I'm missing gold. So my plan is to use a level 95 axe. Ravager 95. This guy. I'm gonna exchange for it once I get enough golden dragon points. But for my sub weapon, I am gonna need to craft one so that I can get a pen on that too. The guard rework hasn't actually arrived on our server yet, so I don't have a lot of details. I think... Did that come alongside where they made it so that you could play guard as any body type? Well, if you're one-shotting bosses, it really doesn't matter what skill you use, does it? I think physical in general is just really expensive to build because all of the eidolons that have like physical bonuses are brand new. There's no old eidolons that got physical effects added. So I think it is nice that they're adding in to the older classes at the same time as reworking them, like buffing it at the same time as giving you the ability to play as the other body types. But from what I understand, and this is actually the same for the Stellar Sphere, is if you choose to play as one of the child body types, you actually can't swap between either gender or even swap to the older body type. It ends up getting locked. Whereas if you play as like one of the older body types, you can swap between male and female freely. So I hope that changes in the future too. But I guess since they've locked the Guardian Knight system so that only adult types and kid types can pair up, it might be challenging for them to implement a system where a child type can swap to an adult type. Unless they rework that Guardian Knight system, and I'm not entirely sure I think they would go ahead and do that. They did change the stats though, so if you're actually coming back for after quite a while, you may not have noticed, but they changed the way that the stats on Guardian Knight work, so you get more. I don't think it's just Karens that would rage. You know, maybe I should add like a teapot to my desk, because I also have a cup of tea, huh? Yeah, there was never any reason. I know that you quit for quite a while, but on my main character, I never had a real reason to remove you as a GK. It was like guaranteed I'm not going to lose those stats, you know? Although my last slot is now bugged, so I'm waiting for help to get back to me about fixing it. Had some bad luck with my in-game marriages. When they awaken, they can grow to be adult. That would be an interesting system. But I don't know that I like the idea of having to lose the costume you used in the early levels. They should also add profession costumes for the kiddos. I would love to see what they would do for that. Yeah, you're still limited to 4, but only one of them can be married, and then you can level up quite a bit more, and it gives you some pretty significant stats. But the person that I married didn't return to the game after the transition, and I'm not sure how, but it seems like they've deleted their account. Or maybe it was inactivity. And yeah, so now my last slot says it's available, but I can't actually add anyone. So I sent in a ticket, and I'm hoping that they're going to get that fixed pretty soon. Because I'll be cap level on my main character probably by next week. And then I'd really rather be running dungeons on a different character rather than running dungeons there. Hey, Voyager Loaf! Oh, I'm glad you're able to join us this time! You know, I'm gonna turn off the cursor. It kind of bothers me. Haha, now it's gone. You don't know what I'm doing with it anymore. It's probably better to have on, but I feel like I move it around too much and it would be annoying to look at. If you're trying to level up, daily quests are a really good choice. Like, I'm level S29 on my main account, and I popped a VIP sprite and one of these Elite Guardian sprites. I'm not. Nobody listened to Plinko. He has no idea what he's talking about. But anyway, what I was going to say was that I did the daily quests from S20 down to S5. And not even all of them. I skipped a couple that are annoying. And that got me about 9%. And I still haven't even done the dungeon dailies for the S20 map because I was just kind of in a rush. So daily quests are actually quite worth it. We don't need to see this. And hey, if you're cubing in Navia, someone that you pissed off in Discord might come after you with a snowball. Can't relate, though. I would never. Yeah, depending what level you're at, gear is extremely expensive to craft. That's why I don't even know that I'm going to be able to afford to craft the level 90 gear. Oh, I don't know! I can't imagine who would be, vindictive enough to come after somebody with a snowball after they said something in Discord. I can't imagine anyone would ever do that. You know, I've actually got an Eidolon Voucher 1 exchange token, and when I asked in the Discord, or I commented about it in the Discord, somebody told me that on this account I should get tier. And obviously I'd love to, but I think it's really important to not just go for the things that we love sometimes. Which is very hard. But boy, would I love tier to be there while I'm awakening. I just don't feel like he's the best choice for the actually trying to get this account through awakening point of view. Let's see. Oh. He's S30. Old joke, Mo. We've heard that one 1,000 times. I've made it 1,000 times. Okay, let's see. Oh, 0 damage! We tried. 1. We did 1. Okay, let's go. Yeah, easy 1 shot against me. Although, there you go. This is where Eris is hiding if you're looking for a chance at some Eris frags. If it's your first time seeing one of these guys, that appears to be both a blood flash, meaning that you can't steal as much HP off of them. That's the armor that you need armor piercing to get through, and then 5 health bars. So it'll take a bit, but there should be one on every channel. Not that they randomly spawn, they were in the patch notes that they added Eris and some other eidolons. I don't know. I'll read them more closely once I get around to doing an update about it, but there's so many things that I want to do videos about this week. And I've only got 1 more day off work. There's the new Bond dungeon, which was the entrance in... I don't remember what map it was, but it was level S20. And I want to do a guide on that as soon as I know how to do it myself. Oh, was it just for Dandy and Eris that got added? Eris? Aries? I thought Aries was spelt with an I, so I always pronounced it Eris. Eris? Eris. It's completely different, and obviously you can tell the difference. It's not like I'm saying the same thing and insisting I'm saying something different. Should I call him Ares? Pronounce it like it's a Japanese word? But anyway, he's kind of in my way. Yeah, I'll admit, this morning I kind of glanced over the patch notes. I saw the 5-minute eidolon links. You can see they're only taking 5 minutes. I saw the food crafting. When you do gold level, you get an extra one. I saw that they added a Halloween event that I haven't looked into at all. I saw that there was the new Bond dungeon. Big boy with sword. How did... Now, if you play with Japanese audio in Genshin, basically every character in Liyue has a different name. So that's fun. Come to think of it, these appear to have to do with Ares. Oh, might... I don't know, but if you're fighting him, picking up the stone makes you immune to electrical surges? That sounds really helpful for the new abyss that I accidentally ran into this morning too. Like, holy crap, that is a terrible abyss. Yeah, Chi-Chi is Nana in Japanese. Oh, shoot, I was supposed to actually use the item. I'm a professional at this game. I've only played it through at least 20 times. Alright. Ooh, we're starting to get gold dragon points. And the ones that you get in the quests actually count towards your monthly LP gathering, so... You know, a little bit more, and we're actually ready to buy our way through Awakening. Not that I'm going to. But good to know. Alright, entering the dungeon. Now this is the first dungeon that's got 10 required, I believe. And I have none. So we'll see how this goes. Right? I got none? 0%. Yes, so the pen shield now appears on the character, on the mobs. So this is possibly going to be a little bit more challenging. But I do have Kotonoha, so I've got my premium heater. It's not. It's just not going to be that easy anymore. Because I've got 0 pen. At the very least, they're not making me do 1 damage, but... Oh, use some more food. And of course... Yeah, I could probably get the Skull Shield. Might be a good idea. Would also help if I remembered where I put all my skills, since I keep moving them around. Basically, if the pen shield is over 100, you're gonna do 1 damage on every hit if you don't have any pen. So every point that you reduce the pen shield below 100 is a percentage of damage you get back. Anyway, if you run down here, you can get defense against the skulls for 10 minutes. Yeah, I have the formula, and I actually did like a an Excel spreadsheet to do the curve of how much pen and how much damage you're doing, and how much each additional point of pen increases your damage, so that you can calculate the optimum amount. But I mean, the optimum amount is all the pen, so that you can completely negate the shield, right? 5-minute link over. What the heck? Think again. Yeah, I don't remember offhand, and I think I actually lost my spreadsheet because I deleted a whole bunch of stuff. If we still had the old Discord, there was people that had the formulas in there somewhere that you could just copy. Hey, look at that. It's much easier when you're not getting assaulted by all the skulls. But I really should switch over to Lord's. I'm so close to leveling up again. I really kind of wish I just made it to 90. Unfortunately, I don't think my LP is best spent on cubes at this point. Oh, I forgot to turn it in! I'm gonna have to run it again! Darn! Now may as well just finish this run and come back again. Oh well. Ugh, amateur mistake. It's fine, I need the golden dragon points. Let's see if fire bounce can really carry us. Ugh. And none of you guys even reminded me. And now you're gonna remind me on every single dungeon, and I'll be like, I know, I won't make the same mistake twice. But then the one time you don't remind me, I'll do it again. Alright, it's not as bad as I thought, though. On those first couple of mobs, I was worried. Oh, we have another oldie coming back for a quick pop-in to see how the game's going. Oi, Mo. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name, so I feel like it would be a bad idea to try, especially since the font is so small. Let's just move that over here. No, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. But thanks for joining. Now we have to run it again because I'm a silly person who didn't turn in the quest. You're right, it was needed. I was just focused on the not dying part. But now that I know that I got this, it'll be easier. And that was the wrong skill. Ugh. Just throw a flame axe at everything and keep running. Yeah, that's the plan. By the time all these guys and their skulls catch up to me, I'll be immune. Oh. There we go. Triggered cutscene! Take out the mobs. That actually really wasn't all that many mobs left over in the end. Oh, they're still coming. That's Flame Slash for you. The only thing is you want to avoid using anything that bounces on these bosses. Because if you hit both of them, you'll take a large amount of damage. No, get over here. So once you're down to just one, you can start using the skills that can bounce. I should really be linking Shirayuki, shouldn't I? And I'm about to run away again without turning in the quest. Gosh, you guys could have warned me. When this place was first added, we didn't really even have a lot of gear options with pen on them, did we? Like, I feel like I just suffered through the entire time without any pen gear at all for the longest time. And if you have a bit more HP, you'd probably be fine tanking the bursts when you hit both of the bosses at the same time, but my HP is pretty low. I could look on the database to see how much pen... Oh, the boss doesn't even have it here. Oh, look at that! They don't even have it in this mode. So it's only added in solo challenge. I betcha it's only in hell too then, huh? I really wish that if you moused over the little shield, it would tell you how much pen shield they had. Because it kind of feels like you have no way to know in-game how much you need. Makes sense that they'd only have it in hard and hell. Same thing that they do with the extra shield right now. But that kind of does mean that in the future we're probably going to start seeing armor piercing required in all dungeons. Ugh, dirty. Yeah, if there was like a little way to see more than just the skills that they have. Skip the cutscene. The important cutscene where we get to see Yosai get his sword. Nobody cares about that. Alright, next map. So we're about to 1 hour in and a little under 2 levels. When a skill says defense minus X, you don't know how much that X is or is worth. That should be only on the database, because the database shows you the variable that gets adjusted, right? Although I know that some of the descriptions in-game are glitched. But usually it does have the values on it. Kind of funny that I got 7 new eidolons, and instead I'm using Grim. But he buffs my Flame Slash, so... Oh, I see what you mean. Tanglevine Cascades. The last time I was doing level up, trying to finish up to a certain level before the before Gamiko dropped the game, or I guess not dropped, but passed over the game. I actually did daily quests down to this map every single day for like weeks, trying to make it to cap before the transition happened. So this map makes me feel like I've reached the end of the road, even though it's the exact opposite right now. We're just oh, we got a fragment. Relink them. I'm so bad at remembering to actually talk to them though. So oh hey, look at that. That is basically 2 levels in 1 hour. So there we go. My proof of mission is about to run out, so I'll go ahead and pop another one of those. So what happened is that Gamiko actually ended up basically next to shutting down. I don't know that they have very many under their belt anymore. But X Legend has now taken over the publishing, so they're in charge of all of the game in total. So, this is gonna sound kind of mean, but the QA on things like the dialogue takes quite a nosedive in the new maps that have been released. But the amount of content they're releasing has significantly increased because it's all them. Like there's no third party involved. Like the publishing is now done by the same company as the developing, so they don't have incentive to combine a whole bunch of larger things into large patches. Now they can do like a patch every week that adds new items and stuff. So it's good in that way, but the English QA, especially on like grammar and dialogue, is suffering. After awakening, what levels should I focus on my equipment? It depends what you want to do. So if you want to be the one carrying a dungeon, you might need to get yourself a S1 set. A lot of people still use S9 or the level 90 gear right up until S10. Yeah, they actually like super fast escalated the classes. So like in the Taiwan server, it took, what do you call it? Like about a year between the release of Nunchuck and the Stellar Sphere. We got Nunchuck, and then like 2 months later, they dropped the Stellar Sphere. It was, wait, was it? Yeah, the 90s gear is actually really, really good, especially if you put a lot of effort into fording it up so that you can get past your awakening. Awakening is a lot harder than the level S1 dungeons, so if you've got gear that got you through awakening, you're probably good to stick with it for quite a while. Oh, I think these are going to interfere with my quest dialogue. Oh. Yeah, it messed with my quest dialogue. Yeah, whatever. The Fish King announcements messed with my quest. As someone who used the Eternia set for way longer than I should have, top and bottom, I'm gonna say don't ford it to plus 30 like I did. It is true that some of your stats can go down percent-wise once you awaken. So if you're finding that you're struggling quite a bit with things past awakening, it might be a good time to start focusing on things like eidolon wishes that give you stats across your entire account. So like eidolon wishes will give you stats across your entire account. Card fortification things. The what are they called? You see this bonus stat here? I don't know if this is something that's like news to anyone, but it took me a very long time to find out. Ah, my window's stuck up there. It took me a really long time to find out, but this is actually a bonus stat that you get when you break through a card to +10. So if you're looking for ways to build up a specific stat, you can kind of just scroll through your cards and find the stat that you need, and you can boost it by this much and get a list if it wasn't cut off screen. Just that's how you can get flat stats across your entire account. Of course, you've also got your achievement stats that you can work on if you're trying to get more flat stats, because you find that as soon as you awakened, everything was like below percentage. And those are the things that are going to make your account as a whole stronger. So if you're finding that you're bored of grinding dungeons, but you still really want to play, sometimes changing up your target to working on eidolon wishes is a good idea. And I mean, we already talked a little bit about professions before, but there's also some stats in professions, right? I'd say that you'll get a lot more from eidolon wishes than you would from professions in the short term, but it is still quite a grind. Oh yeah, all dungeons for easy spawns, and then if you get a bunch of extra key fragments, you can take them off to the eidolon coin store and sell them for eidolon coins that you can use to complete the wishes that you think are a pain. There's ways to progress, even if you're not running like the endgame dungeons. So it really depends on what kind of a vibe you're going for. So if you think that your percentages for your stats are too low, no matter what you do, that's one way that you can start building them up. I think I didn't kill all the bounties on the last map. Ah, well. Alright, mantises. You know, I actually did run the dungeons where Tsubaki spawns quite a bit, because during the gap between last stream and this stream, I was actually trying to work on getting some eidolons because I was getting frustrated with only having 2. And again, as soon as I got the extra eidolons, I switched to using my starter again because I got the buff that I wanted. But the main thing that I found was that running the Otherworld Field dungeons in Kaktakara, the ones where you fight a whole bunch of sprites just all over Crescent Hill. There's the gosh, why can't I remember? The penguins in Helonia Coast and the bunny hops in Otherworld Port Scandia. Those 3 maps, even solo mode, you can spawn eidolons, and they were so generous with fragments. I would honestly, I used some of the those fancy charms that I got from the daily login. These guys, I used some of these guys on those, and I was getting like 5-6 key fragments every single time I fought one. So strongly recommend that if what you want is to farm eidolons. It's only the old guys, so it's not like you're getting any of the really fancy new eidolons. But having options helps. And once you have a bunch of eidolons, you can start doing Gaia Chronicle. Like right now, my team with this level 10 Merrily can't beat this Poison Marsh, so I'm going to need to level up some of my eidolons before I start doing that one. Cool. That level really didn't take very long at all. I'm surprised I'm already 88. Not the least because after 2 more levels, I'm going to have to open a whole bunch of packs to be able to access my level 90 gear. And that's going to be kind of suffering. But I did roll paragon to get backpacks, right? So it's not like my inventory is unmanageable. Oh, right, use the skill on the totem. When they have the 20 slot backpacks on Paragon, they drop quite frequently. So one of the things I did was, on this account, I actually used my weekly RC on Paragon tables that had some. Hello there, Killzone! But yeah, I totally recommend buying some backpacks off of other players when you see them on Paragon, because that should help the price be a little bit more manageable. And you can get them with LP as well, but that's... And there might be better things to spend your LP on. Hey. Am I about to get stun locked? Man, my bouncing axes pick up these bounties for me. I don't need them. Well, if you're trying to get fortifications, I also have good news for you. They were added to a bunch of the dungeons as drops. So like the mid-tier fortifications from 10 to 20, you can get those inside the party and solo mode dungeons, I believe. Starting with Sarpa's Forbidden Laboratory. So, run some dungeons. We'll see when we get there. But actually, I think it might be even lower, wasn't it? I'm trying to think back. I thought I got some in like the level 50 dungeons too. Ghost Wheat Cave. Let's check it on the database. Ghost Wheat Cave solo. Yep. Even in the level 50 dungeons, they added them. I don't know why I thought it was so high. But yeah, you can totally farm them in dungeons. Hey there, Quickness! I'm doing pretty good. I'm halfway through the stream, so I'm basically almost out of my coffee because I only made a small one today, but not even halfway through the stream, and more than halfway through my coffee. But I actually have a teapot today, so it's not terrible. Dungeon Kingdom. They added a lot of interesting things to dungeons. Hats! Yes, of course I remember you. It's been a very long time, though. So, if I had to say I only remembered your name, I hope you wouldn't be offended. When I think hats, I think gunslinger. Oh, right. Now I remember. Yeah, that was quite a while back. That was on my whip, wasn't it? Now I have to check the video VOD. Or the video. Whip. Awakening. Yes, I see you right there in the video. The leader of the party, I believe. That's amazing. Oh, I was right. I was right about guns. Pew pew. I don't have a very good memory, so I'm glad I got that right. Sorry for the little interlude where I was doing nothing, just checking all my old videos. Wow, I feel like they changed the curve again because this is a lot of experience. I was seriously expecting that on this account we would end up needing to do some grinding before we got to level 99, but I'm not even like double spriting and I didn't use a million books this time, and I'm still feeling like we're gonna end up at 99 before we even get to the dungeon. I mean, I am using my proof of missions judiciously, but I'm not dealing with, like, I don't have any of the trend items. Not wanting to raid, huh? In the past, I found that you'd probably get to like 90-ish, like a little below 90, and you'd have to like grind a little bit to get to level 90, and then grind a little bit from 90 to get to 95 after you do the quests. Uh, but they've definitely adjusted the curve quite a bit. And I mean, doing everything with a guardian sprite and a proof of mission helps. It did take a while for the new publisher, because as you probably know, GameGo ended up dropping the publishing and returning it to X Legend. It took a little bit for X Legend to get kind of on track, but since about, I want to say July, it's been extremely fast-paced updates. In my last update video, the one that I did for what changed in September and October, there was so much that they didn't even announce that they added because they were just making so many changes they didn't even fully update the patch notes with everything they added. So we had 2 new classes added within like months of each other, so we're now up to date on all the classes that Taiwan has. So that's amazing. But it also makes me a little worried that if we end up getting on par with Taiwan, there's going to be so much catch-up to do that, like, I don't know what I'm going to do. But yeah, it was a little bit quiet from like spring to early summer last year. They were making changes, but I think a lot of people weren't super convinced that it was going okay. But I definitely think some things have completely turned around, and like even this morning, the patch that they added includes new gear. The Calculan Abyss, and oh boy, let me tell you, that is a mess. I ran through it, and it's like it deactivates your skills, so you end up having to auto attack, but then it also debuffs your attack speed, so you can't auto attack as much. Not fun. Next time I'm bringing in Persephone. But anyway, what I was gonna do was go to here, and the Calculan weapons were already in here before. Are they gone now? Oh, there's one. That's just a reskin of the, yeah, it's just a reskin of the S5. It's silence. It deactivates your ability to use skills, so that is basically a silence. There's not a ton of situations in Aura Kingdom where they do that, so I forgot the word. I bet you they'd look cooler if they were glowing, but, and there is a trick to seeing the glow on weapons when you're, when you don't have them, but you need your own forted weapon, so I won't be able to do that until I fort my 95 weapon, because there's no reason to fort this one any higher. Unless someone wants to log in and link me a glowing weapon so that I can show you guys how to preview weapons with a glow. Thanks, Sarkos. Again, my Flame Slash got my hands on that. I think the reason why it would buff Flame or the Wind Fury is because Storm is supposed to be the element opposite Lightning. But you're right that it's not the best skill for a guard. Honestly, I don't think I use it at all. Wind Fury. Alright, cutscene quest. Now that I think about it, they added Da Chow to the game, but they never released her. And now they've got Gaia already on Paragon. Now, for a little while, there was a glitch where when you tried to enter the dungeon here, it would just kind of push you back so you couldn't get in easily. Weird glitch, but I'm pretty sure it's fixed. Alright, Sarpatan. I'm still gonna go for solo challenge, even though I still have no pen. Because I think I can do it. This, level 28 bard weapon is really pulling its weight, honestly. Best investment of, like, 500 silver in the entire game. There we go. Got them all. Alright, open chests and dungeons? I mean, normally, like over the past couple of days when I've been running, I have been just because I'm selling off the gear for a little bit more silver. Because, I mean, broke. Oh, sorry, I didn't even see that you whispered me. I don't know why, but this is the one dungeon where, like, absolutely everything just whispers at you as you run through. So, check out this mighty fine whip that you can see the nice fancy glow on. Then open up the encyclopedia and preview another weapon, and you get to see the glow effect of that weapon. So if we go back to Awakening and hit search category and not die. Okay, that's just the S1 generic axe, but here. I mean, I guess with the right costume, that would be a really nice vibe. There we go. Yeah, I don't hate it. But it is just the same as the S5 one, right? It's the same as the S5, just a different color. Where's the Yarnaros one? That one, right? Wait, no. Divine Punishment, Simple, Friendly, Yarnaros. Here we go. Yarnaros! Holy cow, that is a nice green. You know, my very best video on my entire channel is a short I made where I show that you can put all kinds of things into your, what do you call it? Into your auto potion slot thing. And I do not know why, but that video consistently gets, like, the most views on my entire channel. So everybody really, really likes knowing how to put items into your auto potion slot. That's a defensive set, so... Everybody likes my very fancy manual that I had when I made the video. Okay, a bit off more than I could chew there. I was trusting that the whirlwind slash would heal me enough, and it would not. Definitely need more HP, but I've got a plan for that too. Suppose I could switch to... Maybe if I just don't lure up every single mob like I'm an endgame player. Let's use this as well. I don't think these guys are the ones that heal. I think you're thinking of the Temple of the Ancients, where each of the big guys has some kind of buff at the mobs around them. And if you bring all of them to the boss without killing them, they go absolutely ham on healing and buffing the boss. Yeah, I just need to take it a little bit slow. Ah! The big dudes. Mechanics that I don't know because I've never had to face them. Wow. This is the worst I've ever done in the dungeon, to be honest, this entire run. I really should get some more food. This stuff is a little bit out of date. Maybe I'll grab the feathers out of my bank account so we don't have to rerun the whole dungeon every time, too. Yeah. Alright, big guy. Let's see what you got. Surrounding or heals 2%. Okay, yeah, that vampiric vow is what's doing it. So, let's not let you use it. That's not the right eidolon. I was looking for Kokonoha. Right, so normally when I use Kokonoha, I turn off all her skills in active use so that I can focus on using exactly what I need when I need it. Okay, now we're not gonna die. We can't possibly die with Kokonoha on our side. Look at that! I just made it through thanks to Kokonoha! She saved me! I am great! It wasn't a flag! It was very close, though. I survived, okay? Did you see that? How the fact that I used the demonic enchantment just in time saved me 100% there. I did very good. I'm a good player. Alright, let's go. It was pretty close, okay? You see this? They're actually basically almost killing me, and it's only the demonic enchantment that's sort of saving me. This is what I wanted. This is what I was waiting for. I was just a little bit too eager. Hit him with a stun. If I had triggered her on time with the demonic enchantment, I would not have died. I'm standing by it. That was not on her. That was on me. Ah! Ooh, that's a that's a subject a little above my pay grade to comment on. Okay, level 90. Now we can start worrying about gear, in my opinion. So there's this weird thing where if you've got the most recent comment, I actually can't read it properly because it puts a little thing on it, so I can't even read properly what Plinko is saying there, but it's inappropriate and I'm not happy. But I never programmed an unhappy face, so the best you can get is these relatively flat eyebrows. So, Now that we're 90, I'll go ahead and unlock the next map. And that'll get us the ability to clear off this quest for the Vault of Eternity finally, I believe. Oh! Forgot about this. It's, plot spoiler! We're about to watch someone die. And hopefully it's not me. Does he start here? I think he starts a little bit later, doesn't he? Takes him a little bit longer before he gets to the point where he actually changes his clothes. Color's all weird. I know it's supposed to be because it's like hell or whatever, but... One hit. Now, I really hope you guys can't hear whatever that sound is that's outside. It sounds like someone's doing some gardening with a weed whacker. I don't think it's getting picked up by my mic. Again, for some reason, the most important word in your comment is the one that's blocked by the weird icon that I can't move for some reason. I don't know what's up with this. It's been annoying in basically every single stream so far, but... I should honestly look into a proper stream setup where, like, the comments are in the video too, but... that would take a little more effort. Wood chipper and Midday's body? I haven't murdered that many people in the game. Anyway, we can skip the cutscene where the moment happens. The Grand Bishop is dead. Yeah, it's that heart. Like, I get what it's there for, but am I supposed to, like my own stream or something? Yeah, there's a lot less tools for streaming on YouTube in general because less people do it, but I won't stream on Twitch, so that's it. If you click it, I see little hearts floating up. People are currently clicking the 100 at the time that I'm speaking. I know the stream is a bit behind, but I'm not entirely sure what it does otherwise, but yeah, feel free to keep clicking it. Okay, content of Principia. Or continent. Words, I could speak them. Alright, Sun Hunter's Veil. Maybe don't use an auto clicker on it. I'd be scared that they might accuse me of doing some kind of abuse if it does anything other than just make little hearts float around in the corner of my screen. Alright, we're gonna quickly clean up my inventory a bit, then I'm gonna open up all my boxes and get my hands on that level 90 gear. Very exciting. I don't think I'll need any of that. I'm not going to need any of those because I'm skipping the level 90. I guess I'll keep these since I may as well. Secret stones, yeah, I'll keep those. I'm going to need to forward up my armor and stuff, so that's probably all I can... I'll keep the potions for now. Alright, let's open some boxes. So we have the Envoy Support Cube, Blessings of the Starry Sky, the Gaia Fighter Cube, or box. And now it's time for my inventory to suffer. So we'll start with that, and that. Ooh, LP. Oh boy, that's a lot of LP. And I'll stick this back in there. Stick that in there. Not gonna open that. Level 90 equipment box. So I know most people don't recommend using the entire magic sundering set. Usually you want to like split between the magic sundering and the Holy Spirit. And in fact, on my main account, I only used the Holy Spirit because I wasn't thinking very carefully, but let's just go ahead and move our secret stones over. Because my secret stones kind of suck. Except this one that I've leveled up to 67 because that's my Flame Slash. Right, unequip all my gear. Now, my plan for accessories is to use the Wild Howl set, which you can get with Gold Dragon Coins. For trophies, I'm thinking the Dabica and the Fire Elemental one. That's kind of what I think is going to be the best choice. I'm just gonna... Oh, I guess I can't throw Sniper on one of my other sets. Yeah, I wouldn't want you to be late for your raid. And this is kind of why I didn't want to do this part on the stream. It's a little bit annoying. Or a little bit boring, I suppose. And while we're here, let's go ahead and just feed all of this to my most important piece. I'll be able to upgrade that one soon. Oh, and I missed the hands. So, I'll equip this set. Very nice. Now I have the ability to get some pen. Not much, though. Oops. Alright, that's... Oh, shoot. No, I still have more things to open, don't I? Blessings of the Starry Sky. So this was the pack that was handed out to anybody that started around the time that the Stellar Saphir patch was out. So it's got a breezy step, which is nice for move speed. It's got a contract. It's got an anima crystal, and it's got login patches, as well as the key voucher exchange. And then it's got a second level with all sorts of goodies, including the temporary manuals that are super powerful. So I'll go ahead and equip the anima crystal if I can. Where did it go? Oh, it's even Grimm's anima crystal. It matches. I'll use the breezy step. I don't know if everybody knows this, but the breezy steps and basically all of these kind of move speed buffs, they have a secondary timer on the bottom. You can see where it says 29 days, 23 hours. If you don't use it within that period of time, it just vanishes, so you can't really hoard them. Obviously, I'll use the LP. I'm gonna save the Eidolon exchange voucher for now, because I'm not entirely sure what Eidolon I want to use it on. I was thinking, it's over here in the boost section. I was thinking I might want to go with Kerberos, I believe. Kerberos was added to the first voucher. Maybe not. I thought I saw it on the website. On the database website. Tsunami, Hebe, and oh, these are getting into voucher too. Maybe not. Maybe they maybe that was only up until yesterday and they removed it today. Oh hey, look, there's more eidolons down here. Let's see. That's a lot of eidolons. But I don't even see a Kerberos in here at all, so maybe I did read it incorrectly. Yeah, because these are all voucher 3s. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about that anymore now. It's probably about time to get back on track. Can I afford my weapon yet? Not quite. It was pretty cheap though, right? The Ravager, 95. Yeah, I'm actually not that far off. But absolutely under no circumstances should you ever convert regular dragon points into gold dragon points. Don't do it ever, no matter what level you're at. If you want to level your eidolons up past 80, you're going to need to get them to 4-star first. So in order to get to 4-star, you're going to need a third key to get them to 3-star, obviously. And then you need to feed them up so that all 3 of their star buffs are active. And then once they're level 80 and have all 3 star buffs active, you just need to give them an oath ring. Your evolution button will change to say oath. And after you've used an oath ring, you can continue leveling them up. I'm not sure it's entirely worth it. It takes a ton of experience crystals to go past 80. And once you have your eidolons at 4-star, you've already activated all of the archive benefits for them. So your resources are probably better spent on leveling up more eidolons rather than trying to get one of them to 99. It just takes an absurd amount of experience. Star buffs. Am I talking too fast? You know, people always told me that I talk too fast all the time. Yeah, they can pass level 80. They you just need to have them already 4-starred in order to do so. And of course, they can't go a higher level than you, so you also need to be above level 80. Which probably isn't the concern if you've already got eidolons at level 80. But really, the amount of experience it takes to get up to like 99 is way too high. Ho ho ho, somebody likes somebody! I did not even see that Moriel was making fun of me in world chat, but I don't have any megaphones to respond either. Alright, this should be another level up, I think. What do you mean, why did I turn to Santa Claus for a second? I didn't see anything. Oh, did someone throw a snowball at me? And I didn't even notice because I was busy reading chat. I'm gonna have to rewatch the VOD. What minute are we at? I'm gonna write that down. We're at minute... How do I check that? 1 hour 47 minutes. I'm gonna have to check that afterwards because apparently someone threw a snowball at me and I didn't even notice. 1 hour 47 minutes. Oh, it was freaking Moriel. I'm gonna teach you a secret. If you sit down, they can't hit you with a snowball. It doesn't do anything. Just try, Moriel. You can't get me. Oh, that's not what Moriel came to do. Oh, jeez, this is pathetic. Don't even talk about how many times I'm missing, okay? At least I can take out his eidolons. For those of you that didn't know, I'm about to out this player. This is Plinko coming and messing with me on his chibi. I'm gonna get him down to like one. Yeah, I knew that was coming. I knew he wasn't gonna let me. Thanks for sending me back to town. This isn't even a PvP map. Ugh. I'm doing my quest now. Oh, speaking of things that I got, I also got the contract, so I should activate that as well. Now I have a little Eileen following me. And her buff is... physical. Well, if you won't be late for your raid, I'd say come and find me. I'm on channel 3 because I'm always on channel 3. But, are you sure you're ready for your raid? I bet you I can't even heal in one go. That's a pathetic heal. Oh, so someone else threw a snowball at me. Alright, and once again, it's arson time. So, it was quite a while back that they added it, but the F key actually now functions as like an interact button. So I don't know. It's really common for that to be the case in a lot of games, but it wasn't originally in Order Kingdom. So sometimes when I'm trying to hit F, my tiny hands don't reach far enough and I end up hitting the E key. I mean, as a character that uses primarily a flame slash that bounces around to all the enemies around me, it does make sense that I would have strong opinions about using fire to solve problems in this game. And, I mean, I actually have a fire on my desk right now in reality. And by fire, of course, I mean a candle. The candle is in a tea heater, so I've got a teapot with a candle under it to keep my tea warm. It's one of the best things that you can get, I think, for if you're gonna be drinking tea while playing games for a long time. Only downside is that coffee doesn't really stay nice in a cast iron teapot, and you can't really use, like, I feel weird putting a candle under a ceramic teapot because it leaves residue. The cast iron teapot with a candle underneath it, great combination. Do recommend. Especially when you're streaming for a long time and you're on your last sip of coffee right now, so you're going to need to switch to the tea tip shortly. That's it. Coffee's gone. This is now a tea stream. The candle works better than a thermos. My tea is still steaming hot, despite the fact that it's been sitting there for 2 hours. Besides, don't you just like having a little bit of fire nearby? I mean, as long as no cables are touching it, that would be a bad idea. Besides, if a fire alarm goes off, you guys will hear, right? Are you just following me around now, Moriel? Showing off your pretty little princess here? If you're concerned about the fact that I've got a candle on my desk right now, I can guarantee you that it's not a concern. I've been using this tea light setup for... got it for my birthday about, like... I want to say 6 years ago? Maybe 7 years. So I'm pretty comfortable with how it works. Obviously, you don't leave any fire unattended. Ever. And the candles are just tea lights, so the kind that they sell that are super, super small and the flame is super small. Of course, nobody should be playing with fire unless it's in a video game where you're using a flame slash to completely decimate every single enemy around you. But even then, you have to be careful in video games because, like I said, when I was fighting Ravisu, I believe is the boss's name in Twilight Forest, fire can have some bad interactions. It's all about being safe. Gosh, I can hear whatever it is outside right through my sound canceling headphones with earplugs inside too. So I don't know how it's not coming up on my mic, but when I'm not talking, I do see the mic not picking anything up. So that's quite impressive. I'm glad I switched the filter type I was using. My weapon mastery isn't ideal. I wasn't thinking very carefully when I was allotting points. So you can take a look. But, oh, I got 2 more points, actually. Yeah, Plinko is great at taking care of things. Anyway, I wouldn't necessarily recommend going for crit damage up. That's a very dumb choice. I probably could take the speed out, because I was trying to put points in there when I was using that Gaia set, because like I said, when I was using the Gaia set, I couldn't get enough speed. So probably don't want anything on speed. I believe one of the Awakening bosses has an element, but maybe not, I don't remember. But if it comes to Awakening and one of them is Dark, I might put some points onto Dark instead. Accuracy, 100% required. Move speed, 100% required. Elemental resistance, I'm not sure how valuable that would be, especially since I got a Mount Upgrade Stone and got level 4 Endurance, so for me personally, that's not going to do anything. Yeah, it's not that crit damage is bad to take. Especially now that I'm actually getting into a pretty decent crit rate. Crit damage isn't a terrible choice, it's just that there's easier ways to get more crit damage. Like on your secret stones. Speaking of secret stones, I just bought 1 of each kind, and I figured I'd try to level them up to 70 so that I could upgrade them to the 2nd level. But might have to do some of those at the lower level because even with all of those other worlds that I ran over the weekend, I wasn't even able to get my main stone to level 70. Which is what you need to be able to upgrade it. Not to mention that I only got 1 of the upgrade stones. You need 10 of them. Although, to be fair, the dungeons that drop the upgrade stones don't have eidolon spawns, so I wasn't really putting a ton of effort into running those ones. I was focused mostly on the eidolons. And then again, like I said, I barely used any of the new eidolons in this run so far. But yeah, you can still get crit damage on, like, on your secret stone. So I think one of the things that you should roll for, like, obviously, if you need accuracy, accuracy is easiest to get on your secret stones. Like, that's probably one of the best ways to build up your accuracy. Crit damage. Crit damage on your secret stones is also going to be a really good choice. And, of course, detail damage on your secret stones is a good choice as well. Bring it on, Droker. Ha! Let's see. So, on my main account, I actually put all of my points, like, I capped out drop rate on my, I just realized I had that hidden behind my head, I'm sorry. I actually capped out drop rate on my Rav on my main account. What do you mean I left a kid? Who's Isopropyl? I don't know who this is, but I am going to accept, and I hope that you aren't going to say something mean. Good thing my chat is mostly hidden. Oh yeah, it's another Rav. I guess I'm a Rav senpai now. Anyway, where did I leave a kid in with the trolls? There was what's-her-face there. The lady with the bow that turns into a harp. That's super cool. Circia, that's who it was. She's there. Oh, wow. Right after I said it. That is so mean. How dare you say something mean in my chat? Unacceptable. Gosh, you tell people to do or to avoid doing just one thing. Now, truth be told, one thing I'm concerned about. Well, for Gaia, I think I can get a Gaia emblem now. I think I can get the lowest level once I'm at 50,000 points. But I can't get... I'm not going to be able to get a Holy Spirit. And I also don't have a pet. So, inside the dungeon here, there is a special event you can do to get a pet. It's just that it's really hard. So I'll go ahead and give it a try once we get to the dungeon. I know we're still a little ways away. But, I don't know that it's very likely we'll actually get one. Maybe I'll start... The estate pets cost quite a bit of G, and you've only got like a chance of getting a permanent one. Alright, thanks for joining us though, Mo. I think it'll be harder if I don't have a very good move speed though. That's kind of where I'm coming from, that it'll be hard. Plus it's been a really long time, so I only vaguely remember what you need to do. Gossips. Yeah, I probably could start doing those again now that my level's a bit higher. Also, Gaia Chronicle. There's pets in there that I'm just conveniently forgetting to do any. I could start one now. If I swap out Merrily, change party, swap out Merrily for, let's say, Kotonoha, because she's a healer, I think. Maybe I'll be able to beat this one now. Listen to this while I go through here. You do get a little bit of experience. Just a really little bit if you fight indies, I believe. Alright, I quit combat, so... Oh, there we go. Now I can beat it, no problem. It was just Merrily that was the problem. Yeah, I got about 60,000 experience, which isn't very much, but it's not nothing. Alright, then unlocked a new zone. So I'll go ahead and let you guys battle. And yeah, you can just hit auto, and it'll go through it itself. These guys are still talking? The exception is if you run into a special uncommon enemy, sometimes there's a conversation ahead of it that doesn't auto-advance. And I'm not sure why, or at least that used to be the case. How come this didn't complete? Dang it. Never mind, let's just keep going. Alright, we're actually pretty close to the dungeon as well, so... Oh, I think that's enough to get our weapon! That we can't use for another 3 levels. Oh, not quite. It's like statue healing. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Hey, adding Kotana in here really did the difference. If you send it on Discord, I won't be able to look at it because I don't have enough screen space. Yeah, I was talking with some coworkers about the monitors because when people were working from home, the IT department handed out some monitors, and I said that I didn't bring any because my monitors were better than what they were handing out for people to work from home. And the IT guy was like, "Oh, so your monitors are so much better than ours?" And it's like, well, you guys aren't buying gaming monitors for everybody to use to work from home, so obviously. But then I really wish that I had a third monitor so that I could have like Discord up at the same time. And honestly, mine aren't even that nice. I looked at the refresh rate; it doesn't even go above 60. Okay, here we go. Might be tough, but I think it's worth it. So, by interacting with that, you can burn your way through some of the vines, and then sneak into the back here. And steal some eggs. Nope, he caught me. That's... I got a 3-day one. Oh well. Well, it's not any stats, but it is a pet, so I'll summon him. I tried. I'm not entirely sure if he follows you or if he has a path, so I might be able to, like, learn it, but I did a bad job. I guess in solo mode, they don't get those buffs for healing all the enemies around them. But if you're struggling here in party mode, you might need to kill the elite guys, because usually they have like an AoE buff that heals or buffs everyone around them. Probably pick that up. Oh, so if I did it a couple times, I might actually be able to follow the pattern and get a proper pet rather than a 3-day one. Yeah, I knew that he goes faster, and I thought that his AoE of search got bigger when you had taken more eggs. Yeah, something like that. But it's been a really long time since I've actually bothered to do that. Obviously, I'm not going to be using those, but I guess I could dismantle them. Can you not get orange? I thought there was an orange one in there. It was just rare. I could check on the database, but I'm in the middle of running a dungeon. Better off with any other way. I actually forgot to complete the last one, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Alright. Interesting. But I'm not going to be picky about what pet I get. I just want a pet so that I can have at least some kind of stats. I mean, obviously something like a dual drive pet would be ideal. But I'm not going to get too picky about it. Okay, let's go. Oh. Oh man, come on. I even got a pet and it was another 3-day. Wow, that's a really involved little event. And for the longest time, I didn't even know it was there. Oh, emblems. That I can't equip. That was, hmm. I didn't even see what it was that got me that time. I think we might need to go with the healer. And perhaps once we finish this dungeon, I should feed her a bunch, because I do have a lot of eidolon food hanging around in my bank. What are you talking about? I didn't abandon anybody anywhere. I really should have made some better way of shaking my head, because it doesn't really work very well. And you guys keep saying things that make me want to shake my head. Hello, Kaori. Oh, yeah, you were following me, but you're the one that killed me in a one-shot, so I don't think that counts. You may be a child, but you're not a kid. Wait, what? No, that doesn't make sense. You may be a kid, but you're not a child. I think that works better. Gosh, I don't even consider the chibis to be children. They're not supposed to be, right? Like, if you follow the story, they're a different race? I think? Yeah, I paid attention when I did the quest. Lavender tribe, I think it was? Bunch of gnomes. You can think of them as the cute version of dwarfs, I guess. Yeah. Well, I don't think it's necessarily fair for the chivis and kiddos, as I like to call them, to be completely locked out of having guardian knights. And in terms of interactions, like the guardian knight emotes and stuff, it does make sense that it would be challenging to implement that as being an option for having the kiddo types guardian knight with the adult body types. But I think that it might have been neat if they instead had a like a unique set of emotes that you could get, like, I don't know, head pats or whatever. Everybody likes head pats, right? That's not weird. Like, I could see in a different world there being an option for like actual guardian knight where you're like considered as like protector, not making it weird. I'm just gonna be quiet now, but you get what I mean, right? Like they could have done something interesting where when you match up with the kid type characters, you could have a different set of emotes that were a little bit less like relationship and more protector, and it would have been cute. Well, kind of. Maybe. Like, I could see, like, you know how there's a Guardian Knight emote for sitting down and holding hands? Like, what if there was a Guardian Knight emote for you to, like, pick up your little kiddo? That would be cute, no? I don't know, I'm not a game developer, so. I did not mean to, like, pick up a kid and throw them at people, obviously. Oh, and then I didn't even turn in the Vault of Eternity quest. That's my favorite way to get out of the cathedral. Oh shoot, we ran out of the buff thing, the proof of mission. Okay, so while we're here, I'm starting to feel like I really do need to start getting some pen. So into the inventor encyclopedia we go, and we're going to go to equipment enchants. And we can either get an intermediate. It's pretty expensive. I don't know that that's entirely worth it, because really all I'm focused on is the pen. So this is like 1/3. We'll go ahead and get a set for our armor. Shoot, hat, armor, gloves, boots, and belt. So that's pretty expensive, but that will get us going on having some pen. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10. Obviously 2 times 5 is 10. Now with some space opened up in our inventory, go ahead and add that to our armor set. I didn't get the cape and ring and stuff because I'm going to be putting that onto my 95 set once I get it. Magic Sundering. Yep. 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 Okay, so that's 10 pen. Then we'll get We'll have 12 from our weapon, plus an enchantment card on there. So that's 14 plus 10 is 24, plus 3 more for the like level 90 accessories. So that's 30% pen. And then I have to do a sub-weapon. It doesn't really matter what one I check, but... Okay, so the level, that's this one, sorry. The level 90 also has 12 pen, so... Oh, the weapon is 3%? Am I not calculating it right? That would be nice. I'd like if it was more. But basically, that's pretty limiting in terms of ways to get pen at this level, as I expected. I think that's going to be the kicker. Because once you've exhausted all of your options in terms of gear, the only way to get more is eidolon. Basically. Hey, look, there's Verdandi. Looking equally tough. Do I need to get one shot by her to show off how strong she is once again? So if you feel like farming some Verdandi, go ahead. I'm sure she's up in every channel. Oh, I wonder if we'll hit 95 before I can even afford my weapon. This map isn't super long, it's just a little bit annoying with the cutscenes. Anyway, we are approaching the, we're at 2.5 hours right now, so I did plan to go for 4 hours today. So I think it's pretty safe to say that we're going to be able to get to 95. And if that's the case, then I believe that I will go ahead and progress my way to 99 during the week. So next week will be challenging the awakening. I do think that that's the pace I want to go, because once I'm at cap level, it doesn't really matter about the main quests, right? Imagine if I planned like a 3-hour stream for next week to do my awakening, and I can't beat it. That would be super fun. Yeah, I don't really want to turn that in. Ah, here are the indigo ones. One more quest with the gold dragon points token or a voucher, and we got it. We'll be able to get ourselves that 95 weapon. Okay, quest is too hard for you. Return to Navia. Do. Now, if I'm going to do it based off memory and see if I can pass on the first try. No spoilers in the chat, please. Come on. It's not that it's hard, it's just that it takes quite a while. Like, especially when I want to just go over and start activating the crystals and they won't let me. Come on. Hey, first try. You wouldn't think that I've done this at least 20 times before. As for the next one, I've never paid too much attention to it, but I know that you can complete it in 3 moves if you're actually paying attention. So my normal strategy is to just quick switches until it works. Hasn't let me down yet. Oh, come on, don't spoil it. I know it tells you what they do, and it actually is kind of silly that the solution is literally 2, 3, 4. But under normal circumstances, I would normally just pull switches until their path was clear. Yep. So I'm supposed to go into the spots. Let's clear those out. It's actually kind of funny that I never noticed that the solution was actually 2, 3, 4 before. That's a very easy solution to remember. Oh, it looks like the sound of my teapot actually was picked up by the microphone still. Sorry about that. And yes, the solution of pull switches until the path is clear is actually not a terrible one here because the solution isn't that hard. I'm pretty sure if you pull each switch once, no matter the order, it'll still work. There we go. I mean, they did call it Quest is too hard for you. Just go back to Navia. If I remember correctly, the translation for this map and its weird special jokes, I guess I'll say, were done by a specific CM on the area team. A certain CM who, after a certain amount of time, wasn't allowed to do any communication with the community because he kept being a rapscallion. That's just a rumor. I don't know if they were actually the one that translated it, but yeah, there was a certain member of the area staff that every time they talked in the Discord, they were being very, very silly, and it got a little out of hand. And so after a while, I think they put a muzzle on him, to be honest. There were some really good people that worked there. And before anyone asks, no, I'm not going to name names. Yeah, we didn't deserve Lotus. Best community manager, honestly. Yep. That's the problem with these cutscenes is sometimes if they ask you to move around like this, sometimes I'm just not paying attention. Busy drinking coffee or tea or something. This should be the end of this quest, though. It's just a matter of waiting for the NPCs to finish their chat. Yeah. That red circle's a little off, huh? Okay, next up. Mm. Is this where we have another long cut? No, not yet. I think it's at the beginning of the next map that there's a cutscene that previously you weren't allowed to skip, even if you'd already seen it before. So I think they added in a feature where you can skip cutscenes that you haven't seen before, because obviously I've been skipping cutscenes. But that other one, when you enter the next map, was always kind of weird. So I guess we'll see. Oh, look at that bounce. It's not the bomb, but you smell. Yeah. I could totally see this map having been, I guess not translated, but localized by a certain rapscallion. You're incorrect, because that is not the name of a CM. And I know what you mean, but I'm still not naming names. And I'm just gonna pop that out of there because I don't think it's very fair. Like I said, I don't really want to name names, especially if anyone has any issues with the way that it was done. Because I think it's cute. Alright, this is where the cutscene is. Not the long cutscene, it couldn't be skipped, but the cutscene inside the snap. After you beat this guy. Yeah, so you can. I mean, obviously you can skip cutscenes you've never seen before because this account hasn't seen any of the cutscenes, but... There. Oh, we're getting close. Alright, so in this quest, you just kind of run around in circles until you've gotten to the 6th spot. Dang, I was kind of hoping that it would give me a the golden dragon points. This quest wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't zigzagging back and forth across this water the whole time, because you can't even ride your mount. And I believe this is the last one? Yes! Now hopefully one of these quests gives us the gold dragon points pretty soon. Just want to get my axe. Okay. There we go, that's what we need. I don't think we'll get to use it before we start the dungeon, but as soon as we finish this quest, we can get that level 95 weapon that I've been waiting for. Oh. Alright, and then the hay. Oh, yes, I'm super excited for this. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. Huh? Alright, so I'm gonna turn it in. And on this next quest, we throw a bottle of water at a cute little fairy. But before that, warehouse card, sky tower sigils. And these are the sky tower sigils that you get in not login boxes, but from the presents for leveling up. I think they might be better spent on perhaps getting some masteries, but for me, I think this is the best way to spend it because it's going to be very expensive to craft a weapon. Ah, I got holy. Unfortunately, not much I can do because I won't be able to afford another one without running some sky tower, and with my work schedule, I just can't do that, so that's what it's going to be. So we're going to throw a bottle of water at the little fairy and piss off Victoria. And report back to Kanesha. Okay, so there's two paths here. There's one where you can go through teleporters, and one path where you just have to not touch the vines or the fire. And I always go the path where you don't touch the vines and fire because I don't know the order for the teleporters, and it's a pain. Theoretically, I bet it would be faster if I could go teleporter path. And the faster your move speed, the harder it is to do the longer path. That was my trouble on my main account, was I kept being unable to control my move speed. I don't think that'll be a problem here. Alright. So as you can see, there's like light from the heavens shining down on both paths, but personally, I've always gone this one because all you gotta do is just avoid touching the green things. And watch the cutscenes. That's what makes it the longer path, though. Yeah, just cutscenes. But when they're running cutscenes, that's the perfect time to pour another cup of tea. Because I'm already out of coffee. So to be honest, I've never actually tried going down this way. I've always gone the long path. Yeah, I figured something like that would happen, but I just kind of wanted to see, you know? Ah, it's gonna hold me still for longer. Oh, and they still make you go the long way anyway. Gotcha. So there's really no reason to go that way at all. Duly noted. Mhm. Again, not hard. Just spending a bunch of time doing nothing. Watching things happen. And I've always taken that long path. Alright, dungeon time. I'll still go for solo challenge. I don't think you missed much. It was just me fooling around deciding that I wanted to see what happened when you took the obviously incorrect path. Whoa. Is there already a reflect on these guys, or am I just that weak? Oh boy. This is starting out great. I didn't kill a single one of them. Okay, so these guys are pretty tough. Oh, right, I was supposed to level up my Kotonoha as well so that she wasn't going to just die immediately. Oh, sorry. I guess it'll just be a mystery now. Yep. That was really silly. Throw on one of these, get out my contract again. My pet doesn't do anything, but he's moral support. No, I told you not to name the staff. I didn't want anybody to try and speculate on who it was, because I know that some players were upset about that, and I don't want them blaming any of the old staff. So, I'm deleting that too. No. So, that's how it is, sorry. It's a nice angle on the start of that cutscene. I think I need the pen more than I need the intermediate level. Oh boy, that's not a lot of damage. Okay, so now I see why this dungeon is definitely like the this is definitely where players feel they're gonna hit a wall, because that went from like 3-second boss kills to actually having to put in a little effort. I mean, obviously it's not hard. My gear is enough. But I also put on 10 pen, which you wouldn't have normally had if you were only level 80. Hey, right now what am I getting debuffed with? Yep, I'm about to die behind the... So right now I've got everything down except crit. Oh. Okay, you guys all reset. I'm just gonna head for the boss. Dang, I bet standing in that dark thing isn't a good idea. Keep up with death. Alright, you guys can take care of that. I'm gonna keep going. Ooh. Oh. I feel like that was a very rare drop before, but I don't want to think that I was lucky enough to... Yeah, I did turn in the quest, yes. These guys are really biting. I'm gonna have to rely on Kotonoha more. I'm sorry, as soon as we finish this dungeon, I'll level you up, I promise. Alright, we'll just trigger the cutscene. Okay, so what happened there is that when you summon Kotonoha or any eidolon, when their cooldown hasn't finished resetting, it will start the cooldown from 30 again when you spawn them back in, even though, or not, sorry, not from 30, although in this case about 30 because she's a low level, but it'll start the cooldown again, but technically you will still be able to use the skill when it actually would have reset, so it might say that there's like 15 seconds left on the cooldown, but it actually will be usable again. I'd show you an example, but I'm definitely going to need her for this boss, so I'm not going to mess around with it. Not right now, anyway. So this guy's annoying. He has a skill where he'll stand and swing his sword around and it'll reflect all damage. Not too bad in solo mode, but especially since this fight is going to take us a little bit longer. There we go. Nope, that wasn't it. This one. So if you attack him while he's doing this, you're gonna take a lot of damage. I thought it was over. That's fine. The one benefit is that Victoria will continue to tank him. So he doesn't reset, usually. And I found that if you keep him moving, he doesn't stop to use that skill as well. So, a little bit of a cheap way to beat him, but it worked, so I did it. And yeah, using Flame Axe and running around was... It just doesn't feel like the right way to fight him, you know? But it works. It's a nice tree. Barely get to see it because normally when I play I angle my camera down like this. You know, I can see why people would think it was triggered by the stun, because if you're getting him to run around, he won't use it. But then if you stun him, he might use it right after the stun is over. So I could see why people would think it. I don't remember anyone saying anything about it being triggered by a blue costume, though, so that's new to me. And we'll just teleport back to town. It's quite a ways. Wearing a blue costume. Well, obviously I wouldn't trigger it then because I'm wearing red. Okay, so we're at the 3-hour mark and we're almost gonna hit 95. So let's take a little interlude here to clean out our bag. Free emblem of choice. This is kind of moot because there's no way I'm hitting 2 million eidolon points anytime soon. So I'll go ahead and just put that in there. This is a mess. I'm gonna bring all these out to feed to Koto. Yeah. Go. I should be able to get her to 60, no problem, and then I'll switch over to another eidolon. There we go. Zahir can have those just because. And now I'll stow those away because I need those to fuse keys. Fortifications. I need weapon fortifications. Alright, quickly clean a little bit. Oh wow, I'm trying to go fast and I'm clicking the wrong thing. Okay, fortifications. Let's go. I feel like this is gonna look really nice once it starts to glow. Going really well. That's pathetic. Thank you. Well, if nothing else, at least I have a lot of weapon fortification scrolls for the 1 to 9. Ugh. Wow, almost 1,000 of them. This is awful. Wow. So, anyone have some good jokes? Besides this fortification rate at +5? This is really pathetic, holy crap. Oh, jeez. It's delayed, so I assume that you'll already have typed the answer, but who's there? Yeah, I know. I wouldn't normally sit around here forting stuff on screen, but I do want to use this as soon as I hit level 95. And I kind of think that it'll look really, really nice once it's glowing. Okay. Now we can switch over to the dark blue scrolls. We'll start with these 3. And, I kind of feel like I'm gonna regret this, but Candace who? I knew I was going to regret it, but the moment that you typed in the answer is when I just got 2 more fortification levels, so I guess it worked. Come on, start glowing. It's actually random what fortification level your weapon starts glowing at. So if you're lucky, you can actually start glowing on like plus 11. And if you're unlucky, you might get all the way up to 19. Oh, wow! Look how pretty that is! Oh, I love it! That is so pretty. That's gorgeous. And it's a dragon! I didn't even notice that it was a dragon. Okay, I've only got 10 more fortification scrolls, so this isn't going to go on for much longer. But boy, am I... Oh, those were fort ones! I should have used those first. Dang it. Oh well. So I'll stick these fort ones back into the bank. I'll have to use them on my sub-weapon when I get there. Quickly just throw a bunch of... Or quickly just not throw a bunch of stuff into my refining bank because I was not very smart and did not do a very good job of that. Wow. Okay, so that. I don't need that. I'm gonna need level 90 boxes though. Okay, now we just have to level up so I can use it. While we're here, I'll take one last moment to remove my secret stone, which isn't a very good one. So it doesn't really matter all that much anyway, and then we shall get on with the progress. Okay, now we are so ready to use that new axe. And I could actually probably turn off the costume. Because gosh, that looks so pretty. Okay, let's go. I am unable to wink with my right eye, huh? Not very well. Oh, we're so close. Should I get a intermediate enchantment for my weapon? Oh, okay, so that cutscene used to be split in half, and the second half wouldn't skip when you first skipped it. So that's a good improvement. Oh, no, here's the other half. But there, we can still skip it. Oh, we're so close. Did he just stun me? A field mob? Oh, we're so close. I bet you we're gonna end up in that cutscene quest before I can actually level up, though. Bad boys are the best. Okay, the spore sample quest is one that actually gets a lot of people really confused because unlike every other quest, I swear, um, it doesn't give you like you have to actually read it in order to know what you're supposed to do, which is something weird to say, but basically it doesn't give you a really easy way to tell from these targets what you need to do to get the spore sample, whereas in every other quest it's usually very explicit about what needs to be done. So you kill the lizards, you get the disillusion potion, and then you use it on the spores of corruption. And yeah, it says that in the green text, but it's surprising what people have to ask for help with sometimes. And another glitch I'm aware of is that there used to be an issue where the ant wouldn't, like the giant ant wouldn't spawn. Pretty, in a moment. Oh, here we go. And there we go. Axe time. Okay, we should get an enchant for it. Hold on. Equipment enchantment all the way down. I mean, obviously we can't afford that. But basic weapon enchantment. Ooh, move speed. I don't hate this. I don't hate this at all. It's not terrible. I mean, it's not like it's not perfect, but that's pretty good. I like move speed. I believe I'm actually out of tea now too. And there's still 50 minutes left in the stream. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to beat this map. And the next one, probably not. But considering we're already level 95, I'm pretty confident that the main quest line will take us all the way up to 99 at 99%. So my objective over the next week is definitely going to be to get there. I don't think that continuing the main quest in the stream part is going to be worth it. Especially when I've already got my hands on basically not most of it, but a good portion of the gear set. So over the next week, I'm probably going to be farming some gold dragon points to get my hands on the Wild Howl accessory set, as well as the trophies that I need. That'll be the fire trophy, and like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm going to go with Dabaka's contraption. Trophies all the way down. Yeah, I think that's the one I want to go for. Gazigla's is good because it's got all that detailed damage on it. So maybe I'll keep them both and kind of swap in to debuff the enemy and then swap to Gazigla to take care of the actual damage. It might be worth doing that. I don't know. As for the Shard of Toto's Water Blade, for the most part, I'm just eyeing that crit damage there, and that's the only reason I'm using that one. Plus it dropped when I was doing the dungeon. Oh, smoke signal. Just gotta pour this potion. This magical potion that is made of magic. To start a bonfire. There's really a lot of arson type things going on in this game. Somebody in this game, it's a development team, they really like fire. Okay, Jumbo Ant Demon. So personally, I've never had an issue where if you just run up to it, it spawns, but I have found a lot of players that reported, especially back in the day, that it just wouldn't spawn. And I don't know why. I could do the gossips, but... Or conversations, I guess they're called. Oh, look at them die. Ugh, this is so nice. One shot. Suppose I could probably swap to Grim again. Okay. It's just a cutscene. Back to Anya. In case you're curious, that big sleeping guy is part of one of the oddity quests on this map. What now? What are you laughing at now? Wow, this is actually a really short map. Basically, all that's left is there's a couple quests around here where you're messing around with the power glove and then the energy diffuser in the cave. And then you have to support the march up to the dungeon, but that's... That's basically it. There's really not that much left. You're not supposed to be able to do both paths. Power glove. Then next is the I'm pretty sure next is the one where you muss around with the energy diffuser in the little cutscene quest. Yes, there we go. Energy amplifier. Dig it down. Let's go. Finish explaining. I find that Gaia has a lower drop rate for most eidolons than anywhere else in the game, except maybe Yumi Kaze, who tends to be extremely generous with her fragments. But because there's so many of them there, I don't usually run through and find I get nothing. Especially once you're strong enough to run the party modes. Do-do-do. Okay, so left. I don't know if doing it right gets it faster or whatever, but I've always done just left twice. And for the last one, you're trying to block the energy waves coming from the cave, so the spot closer to the cave is where you want to drop it. Oh, right, and activate. Yeah, it's just that if you compare it to the drop rate that I was experiencing when I was farming eidolons in other dungeons, it is lower. Except my experience with Yumi Kaze is that she just hands out frags like candy once you're able to run her dungeon or her side. The last time I tried on Scrub to do even solo mode for the first Gaia temple, it was quite challenging. I was struggling quite a bit with Alucard because he'd just kind of stun you and nuke me in one shot. My HP is a little higher now, so with the HP bonus, because at the start in solo mode you get to pick whether or not you want a damage bonus or an HP bonus, I think I'd be okay. But I don't know that I'd be at the level to do party mode alone just yet for the first one. Okay, we're almost done. Oh, Faust too, huh? Nobody can hear you. You guys can hear me, right? That was a really unconvincing wink, I'm sorry. I do think that I'd like to commission someone to make me a proper VTuber model because, as I've said before, this is just the one that I made myself, but it's been a lot more fun using than I was expecting. And I'm happy about what I was able to do on my own. But I keep watching people that have made really impressive models and I keep thinking, dang, it would be so awesome to have one like that. And then, of course, the tires on my car needed to be replaced, and that's like less expensive than a VTuber model, so that's super cool. Not really. Someday. Karis has a really nice design. And they bring her up in the story a lot more than the other big baddies, I think. I mean, partially because, spoiler alert, she switches sides, but I feel like somebody really, really liked her when they were making her because she has a lot of love in her design, in my opinion. Okay, and we're on to the dungeon already, so that means... Better in pink? That's when she's being mind controlled. Come on. Okay, solo challenge should not be as much of a challenge anymore because we are stronger. Yes, I feel like I am the level that can actually do this now. My pen is enough. Look at this, it's perfect. It's actually damaging them now. Yes! This is what we wanted. Oh, I'm so happy that we boarded up this axe. Oh, and not to mention that it looks freaking cool, so we don't need to hide it anymore. Oh, it looks... I forgot to talk to Ema at the start of the dungeon. I hope she's still there. She's not! We're gonna have to do it again. Ugh. Nobody reminded me to turn in, or to do the quest part. Oh well. Now you guys really are gonna remind me every single time I enter a dungeon. Ugh. I mean, it's unfortunate that I got Holy Element. Hey, if someone bought me a coffee right now, that would be cool, but I don't actually usually ever mention that, especially in my videos, so, Imagine not being able to psychically remind me that I need to turn in my quest before I get there. Imagine. So I usually leave it with the delay on because the default option is to have a little bit of delay so that it's I don't know, I guess so that it can process it a little bit better so you get a higher quality stream. I'm not sure my internet is like the most amazing, but I'm pretty sure that's the purpose behind that being the default setting. But maybe next time I'll try making it so that there is it's the lower latency, I guess is the mode of it. And see whether or not it has a significant effect on the, like a significant dip in the quality because of my internet being not good enough. We'll see. I'll give it a shot and see what happens. Eventually, at some point, I'm going to be like a professional streamer or something. I'm sorry. I was just excited that all the preparations that I spent staring at a fortification window going were actually worth it. I mean, plus look at this freaking axe. It's gorgeous. Gorgeous. Oh, there was a nice shot of the axe, and then it switched to lady that I don't care about. Stun. Ah, we missed it. That's lightning. I'm gonna fail. Oh, but my fire axe is so strong with the lifesteal. It's no problem. She almost got me, but I'm better. Okay. Now we do it again, but this time I remember to turn in my quest at the very start. Man, if she had just stayed at the entrance after I ran to the first boss, I would have been able to just teleport back. So, speaking of plot, Originally, I did design this character with a little bit of plot physics, I guess you could say, and then I turned it off because it made me feel weird. In that I thought it kind of looked weird, but that's just me. I probably just did a bad job of, like, actually implementing it. Alright, Nexel. Man, my inventory is a real mess. Oh! I guess it doesn't matter because I already got all my orange masteries. But it is nice that those seem to drop quite a bit. Get Grim back up here. Oh, the plot physics. Yeah, the plot physics. I'm pretty sure calling Lady's Assets plot is not from that recent of a show. I've heard people using that for a very long time, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. I think I'm just bad at making VTuber models because this is my first try. So there was probably a better way to do it than the way I tried, so I just turned it off. I left the hair with a little bit of flow, but it doesn't look very good either, so I'm sure if I had a professional doing it, it would look much better. And that's why they get paid the big bucks. And I just about ran away without turning in my quest again. You guys are really not doing a very good job of psychically communicating to me. Oh, but this feels so nice. Having all this pen is actually making a significant difference. Okay, so that's definitely going to be top list of things to do if you're having difficulty in dungeons, is check your enchantment cards. I didn't take the quest. How did I do that again? I literally went back to take the quest and then I didn't take the quest. It's right there. Holy crap, how can I be this bad at this? We're gonna have to run this one more time. Ugh. I am sorry. I have no idea how I can manage to be this terrible at running the dungeon. So here we go. My last chance before we have to cut it for the day if I screw up again. Ugh. And there's only half an hour left in the stream anyway. Sorry. If nothing else, at least I'm farming some fortification scrolls, but holy crap, how can I be this bad? I might switch to Holy Spirit Hat. Ugh. 100% it's the plot's fault. If I was paying more attention... but anyway, so if I look at the set effects, they have equal amounts of crit damage to boss, and I don't think the crit rate is misplaced. Like, I feel like that's not a terrible thing to have. But detail damage is going to be key in Awakening fight. I'm trying to get over the fact that I failed twice in a row, or... Wait, isn't this... Yeah, twice in a row. I failed twice in a row on the very simple act of accepting a quest. So I'm trying to distract myself by thinking about stats. So currently, my thoughts about stats are that the Holy Spirit hat is a better top set to use. Maybe. The crit damage is nice, but I'm wondering whether or not that extra detail damage is going to be more useful. On my main account, I did use a full Holy Spirit set instead of Magic Sundering. I couldn't possibly miss it again. This is literally my last chance. You know what it is? It's because I switched to tea instead of coffee at the halfway point. That's gotta be it. There's no way that I would make this kind of mistake if I had more coffee. Ugh. Now, at the very least, it's been very fun beating up these guys over and over again, because being able to actually defeat them without too much difficulty, I actually was not expecting this to be that easy. Especially after the last couple of dungeons, where it was a bit suffering. No plot for you guys. We're skipping over it. I think I missed the stun. That's okay, I can mash buttons. Okay. Now we can't screw this up because I don't have any more entries for another half an hour, and that's all that's left in the stream. Okay. Let's go. He's back at the camp entrance, so we'll teleport. And probably clean up inventory a bit again. Gosh, it probably took me about as long doing that dungeon as the entire map because I kept screwing up. 90 weapon crates I'm probably going to want to keep because I have to craft a bard weapon. But I don't think I'm going to be crafting any armor because it just doesn't seem like that's going to be a viable choice. I am going to sell off some of these weapon fortifications because I feel like a couple hundred is enough. I don't know that I'm really going to be doing a ton of forting on my bard weapon. Alright, back to church! Okay, news from the west. Oh yeah, this is the next map. So this one starts with a quite long cutscene, which makes it a little bit annoying. But the map itself isn't really all that long, if I remember correctly. So let's go ahead and say that I'll close off the stream once we finish this map. And as long as you guys think it's appropriate, I'm going to go ahead and complete the rest of the main quest. Are you guys okay with that if I just complete the rest of the main quest in the off time? Because what I'd like to do is get all my gear forwarded up and be ready to go on the Awakening for next week. Because I feel like next week is a good time to do an Awakening. I'm not going to screw up any more dungeons today. Probably. There's only one more. The cutscene dungeons like this are... Or not dungeons, sorry. Instance quests like this are annoying. The best way to level up after you've completed the main quest... I mean, you say accept Dimension Hall, but I'm gonna have to tell you that Dimension Hall is your #1 most important quest of the day if you're trying to level up. And every time you do your Dimension Hall at the end, if you're trying to level up, is make sure to grab your Quest XP book and use it. If you've got LP, I would actually recommend every week checking the trend special down here. For example, I think you can buy that in the LP store, right? Yep, maybe I'm wrong. Oh, no, you can't. But anyway, maybe not this week, but double check in the LP store to see if you can buy any of those, so that every time you do a quest, you get extra... Oh, she ran off and I wasn't paying attention. Where'd you go, Lorna? Here she is. I'm glad she proceeded without me because I was getting distracted. Yeah, so anything that buffs your quest experience, like Guardian Sprites, quest books, your trend over here in the hat section, I strongly recommend getting those if you can. And then once you've got your Dimension Hall out of the way, the daily quests are surprisingly effective. I know in the olden days the daily quests were basically next to nothing, but nowadays those are a very good way of leveling up. And then of course dungeon runs. I don't think there's a ton of people that do level 90 dungeon runs, but you can always run your solos. And the easiest way to go through it, I would say, is to set yourself a goal. Oh, what's this? Proof of your tireless efforts on behalf of the Holy See. Oh. I saw that she handed me this when I was doing the quest, but I didn't get that on my Stellar Sphere. What the heck? Every day? What? Every day they just hand you a pack of goodies? What? What the heck, man? And I'm not going to be able to get that on my main account. Oh my gosh. So every 24 hours you get to open this again. Holy crap, what the frick is this? That is brand new. That must have been added when they revised the level 90 quests again. Oh my gosh, and you can't even put it in your warehouse? So this is literally only for this character. Which strongly suggests to me that if I were to level up other characters, I'd get it again. Which means that you'd be able to get 1,000 LP every single day. Oh my gosh, I love this. And it's more eidolon spawns. Like, these are the ones from the level 60 temple, I assume. Oh, that is so nice. I love this. This is so nice. Accuracy too. Accuracy and experience, I think, are the main two things on those. Oh my gosh, this is finding new things. Oh my gosh. New players get so many nice things. I do kind of wish it was like 23 hours though, because then if you'd have to log in at the exact same time every day and use it. Otherwise it gets like gradually later and later in the day until you have to skip a day. It's fine, it's fine. I think that's a really amazing thing. I kind of was hoping it was a backpack every day though when I first saw the backpack. 500 LP per day. That is so nice, though. Wow, I'm just blown away. Watch me miss a quest again. Oh, there's my voucher exchange too. Okay, I'm sorry for freaking out there a bit. I'm excited to see whether or not there's anything else that gets added, because the last time I did these quests on my Stellar Saphir, that wasn't there. Because these quests hadn't been adjusted yet. Now that these ones have, I'm super excited to see what other kinds of stuff are waiting for me. Ideally, a lot more gold dragon points, if I'm being honest, because I'm gonna need quite a bit more gold dragon points to get my hands on all the gear I need. Let's see. So Lady's Alchemy is 9,000. That's actually not too bad. I think they reduced those quite a bit. Trophies. Let's see. My cultural relic. No, still only 9,000. Okay, so I got distracted by the mysterious bag, but what were you guys thinking about whether or not I should quest my way up so that next week is just the Awakening Challenge? I don't think Awakening will take 3 hours, but it has taken me 3 hours in the past, so... Oh, the gold guys are over here. Yeah, but that's S level 1, so that's not going to help me get through Awakening. Yeah, my first Awakening also took a really long time because I wasn't properly prepared. So that's why I was thinking that maybe it might be a good idea to finish prep and get there. Because I'd like to at least have Tree Cave open so that I can farm more dungeons for the level 90 gear. So basically my battle plan from going forward is this, that I'm gonna grind the dungeons not for experience, but for those level 90 orange gear packs. That way I can use them to star my gear, which will give me more HP, because my HP is still pretty pathetic. So starting gear is when you combine duplicates to fill in those stars. On your weapon it adds damage, on your armor it adds HP. So my my battle plan was that I was going to run a bunch of dungeons to get duplicates of these that I can use for starting up my gear, at the same time as farming the gold dragon points needed to get all of the accessories and trophies that I wanted. Armor and weapon? Well, I do need to try and get my hands on the bard recipe, and that's going to cost a lot of gold. So what I have are some eidolon eggs that I got on Paragon that I'm going to try to sell, and then I'll use that for it. I'm pretty sure that it'll get me very close, if not there. I mean, I'm already like 50% of the way through 96, right? We can finish off the day by trying to recruit Dimension Hall 95 to see how much experience that gives. But yeah, I was just kind of worried that even if the awakening was doable, it would end up taking like 3 hours, and I can't. Next week is my short week off, so I can't stream for like 5 hours if it ends up taking that long, you know? Oh, I guess I did lose my proof of mission. What else needs some work? My secret stones need some work. I mean, ideally, I'd love to have a lava secret stone, so I wonder if I could make my way. Like, I wonder if I'd be able to run the lava lord dungeon. Pyroclastic purgatory might be doable. Maybe. Oh, I'm just thinking about all the stuff that I'll have to do to prep it. At the same time, this week it should be when I'm getting my main character on my main account to S30. Oh, it's going to be a busy week. Plus, I have the Vo tutorial that's going to be going live on my channel tonight. And I'm hoping to prep to release a video for the new Bond dungeon. I saw someone posted some tips in the Discord as well. So I won't be going in blind there. Yeah, the next couple of maps are pretty slow going. And honestly, part of me is tempted to say I'd really love to just keep going until we finish now, especially since I know in the past I've done longer streams than this and I would be able to. But the problem is that I really want waffles. Lost track there for a minute. Oh, I'm sorry. My model lost tracking there for a minute. I think probably my internet was acting up because it's transmitting over the Wi-Fi. But anyway, so I really want waffles, but I have no flour. So after the stream, I'm going to the store to get some flour, and then I'm making waffles, and no one can stop me because I'm an adult. Waffles for dinner. Right. So, how long did it take me to get the tree cave map in my live streams? Hold on. I'm just gonna check how long it took me in the past to do the last 3 maps, because if it's really only gonna be an extra like half an hour, 45 minutes, maybe just keep going. I do want waffles, but like, we are basically done this map very soon. Okay. 10:17 was the start of Frigga Peak, and 10:51 was the start of Secret Forest Lake. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. After I finish this map, I'm gonna take a 5-minute, well, not even. I'm gonna take like a 2-minute break to get some tea, because coffee will take quite a bit longer because I'm not a coffee snob, but my coffee is I have to hand grind it and then hand press it because I've got a really fancy coffee maker, and by that I mean I have a hand press for espresso. So I'll just make a pot of tea and then come back and I'll get to the start of the secret forest map today. That's what I'll do today. I'll get to the start of secret forest. That way I've got the dungeon available, but I'll leave the quests because apparently for some reason you guys want me to leave the quests. But I do at least want some more tea because it's getting kind of cold in here. So the thing about a manual coffee press, specifically the kind that I have, is that it's extremely good coffee at a very low cost machine. Like, the machine costs less than a lot of the really fancy ones, but it makes good coffee. Yeah, it's cold because I'm in the Quiga Peak, obviously, but anyway, the manual press takes a lot of physical labor because you can't use a but not that you can't use an electric grinder, but I've got a hand grinder, and then I've got a like I said, hand grinder, then a manual press. So all of the labor to make my coffee is completely physical. Nothing gets plugged into the wall. Oh, it didn't bounce around the tablets. Okay, so as soon as we finish this dungeon, 2-minute break to grab some tea. And then we'll keep going until I get to the Secret Forest Lake map, which is really only one more after this. And I won't make any more mistakes on the dungeons. But yeah, my office is like 20 degrees. I really should close the window while I'm up. That would be a smart choice. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I'm not doing as much damage here. Coffee is really important to me because it's delicious. But right now I'm drinking some Irish breakfast tea, so it's actually got quite a bit of caffeine in it, and whoa, it's killing me. It wasn't the caffeine. The caffeine is not killing me. These guys hit pretty hard. Yeah, I figured it was a dot. Just... Ooh. Focus. I'm gonna have to focus a little bit more. Alright, we're gonna spawn in my cutie. I think I'll save one of these for awakening. That seems like a good choice. I'm not gonna pop one now. Oh, I don't have my rainbow jelly on, so that'll help. I'm gonna try and do it without Kotonoha first. No, that's not happening. I am in solo mode. Yep, yeah. Alright, so time for the Missy. And obviously, this would have been smart to use earlier. Wow, imagine if I actually can't get through this dungeon right after saying that I was going to play extra. Alright, Kazmov. There you go. I know how to play this game. Alright, these guys, if you just stand right on them, their shield drops and you can damage them, but if you don't, they barely take any damage at all. So probably better to clear them all out before going to the boss. So I'll switch back to Grim. Okay. Now this next boss is a little bit annoying because of the way he freezes you. Ideally, you want to beat him before he can freeze you. But the answer of how to beat a boss is to do more DPS is not really good advice. So let's see what we can do. How about some moral support too? Where'd my little dragon go? That's exactly what I wanted to do, is by triggering my my healing skill while he was freezing me. I mean, combo skill would have worked too, but triggering my the whirlwind slash, which heals me right when he's using the skill that freezes me so that I can heal while I'm unable to attack, was my best move, I think. But for other classes, I think the using your eidolon combo skill is probably a good choice. And for Grim, if you haven't seen it before, you get to kick him like a soccer ball and then you, like, dab or whatever that is. Is dabbing cool in current year? I'm always doing everything with the intention of being uncool. Not really. Anyway, Matterhorn. This guy isn't very tough if you beat him right away, but the tornadoes he summons are very annoying. And stuns. Yes, yes, yes. So, I'm thinking... There we go. Yes, I would appreciate it if we don't throw the children. Okie dokie. So, as soon as it sends us to the next map, I'm just going to take a quick moment to duck out and get myself a fresh pot of tea. I've actually got hot water that is ready, so it won't be very long at all. I just need some hot tea. Because it is 20.8 degrees in my office and my hands are getting too cold to function properly, which is not fun. It really sets the mood of the map, though. Alright, he's sending me back to Emma. So I'm gonna stand here next to these people to listen in on their conversation. Enjoy. I swear it'll only be like 2 minutes max. Oh boy, while I was off getting tea, I see we got another viewer or two. That's obviously the best time to join a stream, is when somebody is left to make tea. Just gotta plug my headphones back in. Okay, so we're in extra innings, extra rounds now. As the only sport that I ever really enjoyed was curling, so let's call it extra ends. Okay, so we're just gonna finish this map and unlock the very last one, which gives us access to the dungeons. And then during the next week, what I'm going to focus on is getting my hands on enough gold dragon points to finish my finish all my gear. You know, if you think this is fast, you should check this stream I did for Stellar Saphir. Imagine if there was like the Crime Olympics. I don't think so. I don't think that would go over very well. Desolate Desert. Alright, there we go. Oh. That's interesting, but it won't auto path until I get there. Oh yeah, since we're here. I mean, it's not ideal to recruit for Dimension Hall while you're running quests, because anytime you talk to an NPC, you interrupt any people that might be applying. But people can apply while I'm just doing the killing part. And in case you were curious, yes, that was a ghost that just ran by. Ah, some generous people invited me to their party. So I opened up a recruit because I really wanted to run Dimension Hall, but somebody that was already in a party about to run it invited me. So that's perfect. Let's see how much experience it'll get me. We'll just quickly accept and complete that one. I think I want time. That was actually probably pretty dumb, because I want to make a weapon, but that's fine. Alright, let's go. Now's probably not a great time to try to explain damage dealt. Or the max damage dealt. But basically you can think that most stats have a hidden cap of about 300%. So the max damage increase is supposed to be a percentage increase above that 300%. However, I've seen ones where there was a flat number on increase to damage dealt, and I have no idea what that means, to be honest, so I would have to test it, and right now that is kind of hidden on really inaccessible things for me. But if it's a percentage, it's an increase to your cap for the detailed damage. Thank you for joining, Hansine! Okay, so when you run your Dimension Hall, never forget to pop a quest book. It's always worth it. When you turn in the quest secretly, if you look in your system log, you'll get 30 more LP. Plus, if you open the box and you get LP, check it out. I've already made back that LP that I used to get the thing. Now, unfortunately, they brought us to Channel 1, and I just don't do Channel 1. Physical damage is up in that it exists. Hold on, I think I need to recalibrate the camera after I sat down again. Yeah, my camera got a bit weird well after I sat down. Physical damage exists in that if you go to your detailed stats and scroll down, you can absolutely see it's got a physical skill damage improvement. And if I pop on this little cutie, it increases correctly. But I will point out that if you're running a dungeon and it's got debuffs there, it actually turns red when it's negative. It doesn't have a negative sign, it just turns red. So if you see your physical damage showing as red, but like 40%, that means your physical damage skills are being debuffed by 40%. So now it can go negative, which is cool. Cool to know. The problem with physical damage is that it's really hard to get it. So like, I got 2% off of this contract. Stellar Saphir has some built in because it's one of the brand new classes released after it was a stat. But for the most part, with the exception of any buffs that they add to classes after the fact, because physical damage wasn't a thing before, nothing really has physical damage. So that's the problem with physical damage. So like the only eidolons that have physical damage are the brand new ones, which means it's not very free to play friendly. And the only sources are going to be like Eidolon archives and some contracts. I don't think there's like physical damage trophies at all. I mean, I did look at the new gear and I don't remember seeing anything in particular that was super accessible, like dungeon drops. So, that's the problem with physical damage. I would say that I don't know all of the buffs that are coming, but I would say that Qatar would probably be a really like if I were choosing a class to buff and add physical as a really viable option for it, I'd probably pick Qatar. Did the duelist buff add any physical attributes? I don't know. I think they might have. I haven't read all of the stuff from all the buffs because it's just so much information. There was that Discord user that made detailed lists of all the changes when when the classes were buffed in the last patch. Oh, I went the wrong way. There we go. Yeah, there was a Discord user, Lind, I believe they're the person that also updates the database. They made a really good list of all the changes for all of the classes that were upgraded or buffed in the last patch. So if you're looking for information along that respect, there's text documents that have been stored in the Discord, basically. Go grab them before the new Discord file deletion thing gets rid of them. I saved copies myself, too. But I think maybe, if any, the duelist, the dual swords, might have gotten some kind of physical effect. I never get over seeing the flame slash bounce around everything. Okay. There's kind of just 3 story quests remaining. You get one where you play as Isai, then you get the one where you save the town, then you get the one where you do the thing with the thing. Up the chain canyon. But that's really all there is to this map. So yeah, I think I agree that I'm not going to be able to hit cap just from main quest. If I had used all of my experience books, for sure that would have gotten there. But it does appear that for the most part, just the items that they give you in terms of experience buffs aren't going to get you all the way up to 99.9%. Oh, sorry. In order to trigger the quest, a lot of people say it's 99.999, but it's actually only 99 at 99%. So you don't need that extra 0.9%. At that point, it's kind of moot, though. And plus, I wanted to run dungeons to get my hands on that level 90s gear anyway. Alright. Turn in the quest. So my teacups are metal, which means that when when the tea is hot, the cup is extremely hot, but it does a very good job at warming up my hands. Oh, my axe goes really nicely with my griffin now that I look at it. I'm thinking I might want to figure out something to do with my costume to make it match the set as well. And by next week, my temporary back costume that I haven't had on since like the first episode will be expired. Not that it has any. Oh, I guess it does have stats. But I'll need to figure out something with that. See, I probably should have put a move speed card into my back costume. It's 5% move speed just for free. But I decided not to because I figured that it wouldn't be worth it if we ended up going past the date for this. Now looking back, it would have absolutely been worth it. It's only 3,000 dragon points, and they gave me enough to make it worth the 5% move speed. But I was kind of hoping that I'd be able to track down a way to get a back costume. And I mean, I've got some pretty decent LP right now, so oh, the cheapest ones are pretty expensive. Oh yeah, that's pretty cute. All right, focus. Just gonna go and trigger all the cutscenes so that I'm ready to fight it right away. Alright, now it's the last group, and that should be the end of this quest. And after this, we're gonna head over to the Chain Canyon where there's one more kind of, what do you call it, instance quest. Then after that, it's to the dungeon, or something along the lines of that. I didn't think there was that much more here. Okay. Alright. I just noticed this poor girl trying to run to keep up with my griffin. That's kinda mean. Okay, Baron is the one that triggers the next quest, so we'll probably have to defeat some of these dudes. And then it'll start the instance quest, which I'm pretty sure is basically the last thing before the dungeon. And with my superior firepower, nobody lives. Now that I think about it, there was a way to get a pet. But I didn't want the rich maiden pet. I suppose I could get one with LP too. I mean, if I'm going for gold quality pets, this is probably the easiest way to get one. These guys aren't super expensive. Oh, the jellybirds are in here! I did not know that! I'm sorry, but I've just decided which one I want. I'll have to use a reshuffle on it, but there we go. I have a jellybird pet now. Alright, Baron, let's go. That was really impulsive and I'm sorry. But it's a jellybird! Look at him! It was actually really silly considering that the loyalty shop is going to reset tonight and I'll be able to get more ruby coins to get stuff to sell. Ah, well. Haha. Flame Slash is really, really powerful. I know I've said it like a million times, and I picked this class specifically because of Flame Slash. I figured it would make going through quests faster, because it hits everything. But, like, at the same time, it does kind of feel like I ended up picking a pretty cheap class, considering I was trying to pick a fair class. Kinda? Oh well. I definitely don't have the same kind of like super powerful buffs that some of the other classes have. The only self buff that Rav really has is the rage mechanic, so I think it's a fair trade off to have the best bounce skill in the game. Oh, and then get this dude. Yeah, he's just having his evil moment, don't worry about it. Okay. So, once we have unlocked the very last map, I am going to still call it for the day. I really like Ranger, and I think that Ranger might have a uniquely good kit for Awakening, because most classes are going to struggle with accuracy, I think. Well, accuracy and pen. But Bow has some of the highest accuracy in the game, not to mention the accuracy buff. So, Bow might not even be a bad choice in terms of that. The problem is that it's quite lacking in other ways. Ranger is my main class, so I don't want to say anything too mean about it. But it is... Bow needs a buff. Last time was a bit tough, but I think we're going to be fine. Okay, not forgetting any quests. Thank you for the reminder. Alright, so the way this dungeon works is that these black spots will kill you if you're not paying attention, just like I did. Well, let's stick with Grim for the time being. Alright, that'll do. Okay, my personal choice on this every single time is to give half of my HP to him in order to get rid of the debuff where you can't use any of your skills. But clearly that may not be the best choice on this character, so perhaps I'll go with the one that heals him. And I might need to stop Grim from stunning him so that I could... No, I'll be fine. He's not going to be able to use it again quickly enough. Perfect! So your options when he uses that big AoE on you is that you can either pray to him, where you can't, or it'll start a charge bar, and that'll get rid of it without doing anything to anybody's HP. Or you can hit your second hotkey to sacrifice, or bless his health, I guess. You can bless his health, and he'll regain a bunch. Or you can choose the third one, and you'll instantly lose half your HP, but at least his HP won't go up. I think probably the best choice is to recover his HP. But when I'm playing on my main, I always just chose 3. Yeah, this guy. You gotta defeat him. Well, he doesn't have any cultists out, which means that if I can't beat him during this cycle, I'll need to wait until I beat his mobs again. Alright, yeah, he's gonna call subordinates, so... Perfect! That was actually really well done. You can tell I'm a pro. Oh, I don't even have a dance emote on my skill bar? That doesn't seem right. Yeah. There. Alright, one more boss. These guys are actually surprisingly tough, so maybe I shouldn't... Yeah, I kind of figured that would happen. I do still have some feathers. Stun them. Take him out. Yeah, those guys are surprisingly tough. And I used the wrong skill. See, when I was playing on my weekend, or on the weekend, I guess I should say, I actually had swapped where all of my skills were because I was playing with a controller, and now I keep forgetting that I put Flame Slash on Q again. Run a little bit faster. Ah, my inventory's enough of a mess, I may as well pick these up. I'll have to use a shuffle on that guy to get him some stats. Okay. Start off with a stun right away. Well, at least I cooled, or I took long enough that I can use this again. That's a pretty bad dot for my HP. Alright, we're not gonna do that again. We're gonna die one more time. See, the problem with Flame Slash is that if I try and aggro just one of them, I get all of them. So I think my best bet here is going to be to hit him with a nice little mirrored axe to grab out maybe one or two, because that last bunch is just hitting pretty hard. And if I was smart and stunned them all instead of just the two in the front, I don't know if Ambient Drone's AoE is large enough to do that, though. Okay, well, I'll try leaping into the back and, nope, I'm gonna try luring them because I don't want to have to run this again. Gonna hit you with the... Okay, I got two of them. Nope. I think I got more than two of them there. Got all my buffs on. Alright, I think my stomp is too slow of a stun. So I'm gonna jump in there and then I'm gonna use Ambient Drone. Ooh, I didn't hit enough of them. I don't think a combo Eidolon skill is enough to kill him. But this is these mobs are surprisingly challenging. I feel like the real issue is that I don't have enough HP, but there's not much I can do about that right now. What can I use? I could use a Navian Noble Cuisine. Yeah, you're right. The best choice here is to run past, die, and then use a feather. I like it. Well, we were doing really good. Just gonna sneak by the side here. Trigger the boss seed. Yeah, those ranged hits, they're too much for me. So, we ran past it. Let them go back. And use one of those feathers that they gave us at the beginning of the game. Kind of sad when the boss is easier than some of the mobs. I'm not sure why I wasn't able to only lure one of them. It seemed like I lured too many and then they were too far away for me to actually attack. So, it is what it is. But we've accomplished what we came here to do. Heh. So, I'll be finishing up pretty quickly here then, as soon as I've unlocked the next... hold on. I mean, I'm hungry and I really want waffles, which, again, I don't have any flour, so I'll need to go to the store. But how long does the last map take? Am I gonna do this to myself? Am I gonna go a whole extra hour? Okay. Secret Forest Lake only took me a little over 10 minutes when I was doing it on my Stellar Saphir? That doesn't seem right. 10:51. And then at 11:03, I started it. Okay, if the last map's only 10 minutes, we're doing it. We're just going to do the whole thing. And when I get to the end, I know there's mobs that the mobs there aren't as annoying as the ones in that last dungeon. So whatever, we're doing it. This is my choice. I make great decisions. God. Nope. We're doing we're doing this map. It literally was 10 minutes on my last one. The longest part of this is probably going to be fighting those spiders that hide underground. Minutes. It's not like I work tomorrow. So. Eastside's memory, yeah, you're right. That's probably actually going to be the part that takes the longest, but there's not really that many mobs. Or there's not really that many quests here. So I may as well finish it, and then I'll get the daily quests, and next week we will be so ready to go into Awakening, and it'll be so cool, and we're probably going to spend 3 hours fighting. So that'll be fun. But I'm going to do my best to prep absolutely everything I can this week. So let's see. Basically, I'll probably just be running the dungeons a lot, which, as I just found out, might be a bit of a pain, but as soon as I get all of my level 90 gear sorted out, I think the real issue is still gonna be pen. So once I have all of the pen gear sorted out and all the enhancements in them, or the enchantments in them, I don't think it's going to be an issue to run solo dungeons just to grind out some gold dragon points to finish up my other gear. Obviously, also crafting a better sub weapon because this is a little bit lacking. And my goal is still to try and get a level 90 harp. As for the nocturnal effect, well, we'll see. Maybe I'll get really, really lucky. Oh right, shoot! I was supposed to get one of my eidolons from the coupon. I can't believe this map only took me 10 minutes last time. That's so short. I mean, my move speed was faster, and this map does have a lot of running around, so that's probably going to be what did it. Okay, Lynxes. And my fire bounce is doing its job, but these mobs are really far apart. Yeah, so that's basically all the mobs on this side. Now we just kind of work our way around this side, talking to a lot of people along the way, and that's it for this map. Like I said, I don't think I'll be able to go quite as fast as my 10-minute run on my other account because my move speed is quite a bit lower. Maybe we'll take out the big robot guy for the achievement. But I don't anticipate us actually breaking into over 5 hours of stream. I think 15 minutes from now. We'll be able to call it a close for the day. I did go a whole extra hour. That wasn't planned. I do appreciate you guys sticking with me. This is a lot more fun having some people around. We didn't get any more mysterious presents from the main quest, but this proof of daily diligence is... Gosh, I'm just... What a helpful item for new players. Alright, where are the other guys? There we go. A lot of chatting on this map. And the other thing is that on this map, as well as the first of the S1, all the cooking ingredients are hidden inside the dungeon. I think one of the ones that's good for awakening can be crafted here. Let's see, pretty sure it was the country pot pie. That's a good one to use for your awakening. I think it's the triple damage. It's been a long time since I've made awakening food. Alright, let's go! So when my proof of mission runs out, that'll be 11 minutes since I started this map. So we'll use that to determine, because my proof of mission had 11 minutes left when we started, so we'll use that to determine exactly how long it took me even on this character. Oh, for sure we're gonna hit 99, right? It feels like it. Watch us be like 90 or 98 point at 99% or something silly. Skipping cutscenes because don't want to see those. Alright, so this is the last instance quest. The faster your move speed, the sillier he looks. That's my experience with this quest. Oh yeah, and I guess you inherit some of your own stats, so if you're particularly strong, you'll just one-shot everything. Okay, we got this. Nice, surprisingly tanky. Not a bad fight, but it is basically a one-shot when you're playing on a character with some archive behind it because the instance character does inherit your stats. But not like super challenging either. You can't jump cast, so it can feel odd. Okay, for a second there, I thought my legs were like absurdly tall because I didn't realize he was a lot lower than I was, but alright, we'll summon these guys again. I think there's like basically only 2 sets of mobs left before the boss. These guys in the trees, no? Okay, yeah, so that did expire the timer on my proof of mission. But I don't think I'm gonna pop another one. I don't have enough quests left to make it worth that. I feel like it would be better to save those for later. Yeah, dungeon's just past these guys. I don't like being followed by carts, so I'll get rid of that. And... Isn't that exactly what I said? Oh, I guess you guys can't see my, whoop, not that. That. You guys can't really see my experience because of the table, but it's my secret experience. Back. There we are. We suffered last time, but I have faith. There we go, level 99. Now I just need 99% more experience, which shouldn't be a problem with the amount of dungeon grinding that I'm going to need to do for my gold dragon points. Because I need about 9,000 for each piece of gear. I probably bit off more than I can chew here, but none of the mobs are as annoying as those ones in the last dungeon. Plus, if you beat mobs quickly in this dungeon, you get buffs that can stack. Gather them up and knock them down. Well, I beat the boss, so that counts, right? Running out of those, though. I don't think I want to lure them to the boss, so I will clean these guys up first. But like I said, nothing compared to that last dungeon. And then I nearly died to a dot. So that's cool. Easy stuff. See, that's why that last dungeon was so surprising, is because I knew those mobs were annoying, but like, it kind of made me worried about this dungeon too. These guys are nothing. Yeah, like with these buffs, basically what every time you beat one of these guys, there's a set chance that you might get the buffs or one of the buffs from them. And they last 30 seconds, so if you're killing stuff fast enough and you get lucky enough, you'll end up with a bunch of buffs. Okay, trigger the cutscene. Oh no, this one doesn't have the cutscene ahead of it. It has the cutscene after it. Easy stuff. So this is probably where I'm going to be farming my gold dragon points. We don't need to watch Isai go evil. But there we go. That is all of the main quest leading up to Awakening. So thank you so much for joining me today. Starting next week will be the Awakening challenge. I'll be doing everything I can to prep for it, and hopefully we're ready to face it next week. So thanks again for joining me today, and I hope you join us for what's hopefully not just 3 hours straight of fighting next week. Catch you next time. I'm gonna go make those waffles.